Hello. Whoa, it cuts off so suddenly. Oh my god, I need to add like an audio transition on there. Does it like fade out for you? It does not for me. God damn. And now we're existing in silence. Hi, how's it going? Oh, my Him Tortons. Thank you for the bribe. Thank you. Oh man, we should put the sleeve on eventually. I don't have, actually I do have Him Tortons. I have Keurig cups for Him Tortons now. Legally distinct Canadian coffee franchise. Hello everybody. Hello. I just fucked up my activity feed, so I can't see who checked in. Hold on. Bop bop. There we go. Thank you for checking in, Vivian, Vex, and Rahi, and Domo. We have some new memes. This is for my co-working streams. Locked in. This is me, locked in. There's this one, and there's one more that I added, a video one. I also added some sounds to the check-in. Why my googly eyes don't be working? Oh, I know why. Hang on. Or I don't know why.
Root beer, no, root beer, no, someone,
There we go.
root beer, no.
Bruce Almighty mentioned, yeah. I don't remember if I've seen Bruce Almighty or just Evan Almighty. I don't remember which one came first. I am super duper sleepy. But today should be a fairly easy one. What we're going over for Rahi stuff. I also need to go pause or... Oh, hell yeah. I got Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 drops from Shockstream. To turn him down. Otherwise I can't focus. What? Bruce Almighty is so good. I don't remember which one I've seen. Evan is the dude who gets fired in the first movie. See, that's spoilers. I haven't seen the first one, probably. If Evan is the second one. Who played Evan Almighty? Because like I don't think I watched one with Jim Carrey. There was another dude in the one that I watched. It was not Jimothy Carrey. Let's get some... I'm Googling it now. Oh, Steve Carell. Yeah, I think I've seen that one. Not the first one. Oh, The Office Man. Oh, yeah. Okay, I would have got that, but... Oh no, Vex. Hopefully it lets you, like, continue the streak. Give me 1 second. I just gotta close the door. Oh, believe it's... What? Ah! I heard the name.
Yes, miss.
We're still back. Hey, is that not making the sound it's supposed to make? Why are we scuffed? You're scaring me. You're just making them just bounce around. Look at them go. 1 second. I had to go rescue my grandma from Kenobi because he was trying to get into her room, and there's like she has a specific office for some reason. The only place he'll try to pee outside of his litter box is in that room, so he's been banned. But he knows that we don't want him in there, so he like will bolt for the door as soon as she starts opening it. You're plotting crimes? Give me a second. In a second, we'll go over what we're actually doing today. My plans. I finished up the layer export yesterday and fixed some of the things that I kept yapping about wanting to fix that weren't really super important to show. Oh, I see. It's because the emote is called Scuff, not Scuffed anymore. I gotta fix that really quickly. How is everybody? How's your day going? Start my playlist. We'll do another jam today, but I don't have the link started yet. Let me know if the volume is a little too loud. We're starting with a classic, a certified Kip chill moment. I started to try to learn this on the guitar and it was too hard. One day. What the fuck is this command? Hang on. Damn, okay. Try it now. If you do the scuffed emote, the scuff emote, it should make a noise. It's a little delayed, but it does do it. Well, I thought it was a performance test, so I'm gonna mess with that. Then art, if it's just Nuzlocke later, so not bad, not bad. Oh, I forgot that there was a test for that. You found out you like sleeping on the floor better? Please tell me you had blankies. Treat yourself better. Get you some blankies and pillows for the floor. I kind of get that though. Do you need like a harder mattress? I used to think that like it was super soft mattress was like the way to go, but I don't agree anymore. My mattress right now is pretty soft and I feel like I'm sore all the time. Same with like pillows. I have feather pillows and I used to like absolutely love that. And they're so nice, but like I think it doesn't feel very comfy to actually sleep on. Just folded your comforter and have some stuff in it. Why did you just do that for funsies? Or was there a reason you had to sleep on the floor? Okay, so the plan for today, I tweeted about it. I twote about it. So I'm just gonna actually go steal my own tweet. And recap what I said we were doing today. We're starting with like a very simple PNGtuber setup. Thank you for checking in. There's one of the new sounds I added. I'm gonna add a bunch of Katamari sound effects too. I accidentally fell asleep curling up in your dog after editing art a couple times. So you tried it on purpose. That's crazy. And so you actually had like your full sleep on the floor. You must need like a harder mattress. Maybe there's something you can get that's like cheaper than the whole ass mattress that you can put on top of yours, like a foam or something. I've been thinking about doing that for myself. Okay, so I finished. Actually, we'll move over to this display so I can show you. Oh, this is my screen. Krita wouldn't capture for me, so I finished this arm, this like down arm off stream. So we're gonna have this be the idle and this be me talking. Obviously the hand will disappear. Yeah, 2 arms. Well, 3 technically. What else did I finish off stream? I think I edited the eyes a little bit. You can see I added some more details. Just after stream when I could be a bit more focused. Biblically accurate, Kip, yeah. And then so really quick before we get into Rahituber, I recorded this for my tutorial already. So I don't really need to spend too much time on it. But for those who don't use Krita and haven't used Krita, my pro tip for making a PNGtuber and exporting all your PNGs so you don't have to do each one individually is load a PSD. You can usually export whatever your drawing program, you can export it into PSD. Load it into Krita. And look at this handy dandy tool. Tools, scripts, export layers. I connected the glasses, did I? No. I did not. Tools, scripts, export layers, and so what that actually does is once you select your document, you set your directory for like easy. Well, let's not show that actually. For blah 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 easy access, you put it in your Rahituber folder directly. The circles weren't closed yesterday. And maybe I did, because up here, right? They weren't closed. Yeah. I think you're right. I must have done that absolutely. But anyway, you put it in your Rahituber folder and it'll actually, let me bring this up again. With these settings, you don't turn on group as layer. Don't turn on adjust export size, just leave it all at the same export size. Change this to PNG, set this directly to Rahituber, and you'll end up in your Rahituber folder. I'm gonna, this is a display capture, so I have to go find it before I show you. It'll be separated. Each layer will be a PNG and it'll be in folders. So it'll be in a folder, like in my case, it'll be the file name, so chibi model merged folder, and then it'll be separated chibi folder, and then like there'll be glasses, and then the face is a folder on its own. Anyway, super handy. Time to flip the hash browns. Yee. Go flip them hash browns. You started working on your chibi. Chibis are like deceptively, they're like deceptive in that they seem like they'd be a lot easier, but they're difficult for various reasons, because you have to change the proportions, right? But they still have to be a little bit like proportional to each other, or else you don't really get something that looks a little bit wonky. I would say I probably have more practice doing chibis than like chibis like this with this kind of proportion style. I've always been doing for like a long time. Hello, Ashley is knocking on my door. Ashley, I saw that. I didn't know if that was on purpose or not, because we joked about her. We joked about you joining me randomly. I was considering accepting that, but we do need to be locked in. That's so funny. Ashley was like, hey, let me in. I got something to say. Anyway, I've been doing chibis with like this kind of proportion for a while, but it's practice from when I was in high school, copying the chibis from whatever anime that I like. Anime that must not be named. Thank you for this. Thank you for the apology sub. Oh my god, Minivex, hello. Hello, little baby. I need to move this chat box. Hunting the most was trying to find out what size of chibi. If you want a tiny one with minimal detail on the body, 2 heads tall is what you're probably... Yes, exactly. Yeah. Because like, what's cool about the chibi stuff is that you can kind of really exaggerate however much you want for a different style. Like, I could have done a really big head like here and like little tiny body, and then that would have been a lot more kind of silly cartoony. Like if I was doing a super scuff model. Ow. My head. Or like with emotes, you obviously exaggerate the head and the eyes and all that a lot. I kind of like this is just my default kind of, and if you look at the model I drew for Shock, his is probably only like slightly shorter than this. It's kind of honestly kind of the same pose, just bunny form. The hammer got warped as it hit. That's really funny. Yeah, because the hammer is in Rahituber, so it moves with me. Go. Woo. Okay, so let's turn off this display really quick. Actually, now I have to think, because I need to open a second Rahituber instance. We're gonna test this out for the first time, I think. So you can see what I'm doing here. I'll show you this because this is also important. You can't see the actual taskbar, but that's on purpose. You can see it says Rahituber Cringe 2 official. That's what my current model that you're watching is named. And then there's like this option now. Hello. Now I'm huge, but option name windows separately. If you have that checked, you can open 2, I believe. So we'll run another one and see what happens. Are we opening a second one? I can't tell. Only to find empty. We are. You can see it opening. By default, it opens the most recent one. Your stream keeps crashing? Are you streaming right now? Or you mean my stream keeps crashing? Loading this giant ass model is the only thing that's a little slow in Rahi. Oh my god, there's 2 of me now. So let's see. Give me a second. I'm trying to figure out how exactly I'm capturing this. The uncertainty. Never found a word to say. I capture. Well, let me capture the second one. Okay. Do we see anything right now? We don't. Oh, probably because I didn't make it visible. Okay. This is just the same model, but what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go cringe chibi. Just save that and then actually remove everything. We're perceiving. Okay, cool. We're capturing this window. Now I have to make myself look normal for a minute. My heart and soul as if the... And I think we need to move this Spotify viewer over here. Okay. It's kind of confusing because my normal PNGtuber window is right behind. Maybe I should bring up a different window and so I don't confuse myself to put in the background. There we go. Okay, so to start, we're not going to do the crazy elaborate layers, even though we did export all of those, because I want to show you the range, okay? The range, because something I've talked about a little bit is, and I think Rahisaurus has also mentioned, is like the program, the PNGtubers you can make with this program are only as complicated as you want them to be. So, for example, you can use it basically the same way you would use VOD, if you're familiar with that, where it's you use the full like merged sprites. So we're gonna set one of those up, and this process that I'm doing right now. You can also pretty easily I really need to adjust these settings. You can also watch Rahi has a video setting up their model, one of their models, and I watched that before. Goes over all the basics as well, so you can also check out Rahi's videos for this. But to be thorough, we're also doing it here. I haven't really set up a model like this myself yet, so, but it should be pretty straightforward. I just got to try to figure out how I'm organizing myself in terms of like what I go through first. The music is about the same volume. Oh, okay, I wondered. I turned down my headphones, but not the Spotify source. How is that? I think it's okay. It doesn't seem to go over. That's good? Okay. So we'll just call this like base chibi or something like that, because it's actually going to be just one layer. I don't know if I talked about it when I first did it, but this add layer button, this is what you get initially. It looks scary, I know, but all of these settings are... You're doing bug fixes? Oh, cool. Cool. I'll keep my eyeballs out in case I notice anything. So you start with this. You have the idle sprite, you have the talk sprite, you have the blink sprite. There's also There is a setting in here where you can click create minimal layers if you're not interested in starting out with the talk and the blink. And by default, when you make this, yeah, create layers without any default movement or additional sprite. So if you really want to keep it super simple, you don't have to start with all of this. However, we are going to. So I can show you. So we're going to load our idle sprite. And I think, oh, my dumbass forgot to put the actual sprites in here. So let me do that real quick. I have all of the layers, but not the like, despite the fact that it's called merged, I don't actually have them merged. They're somewhere in my downloads, I think. I don't think I actually exported the version with arm up though. So we're gonna do that really quickly. Off camera. Export. PNG. Whoa, you can export from Krita in a lot of formats. GB model, what did I call this? GB model sprite talk. That's what I'll call this one. GB model sprite talk. And then we'll do a blink. Second. Hopefully this exported at the size that I need. We'll find out though. I did my like arm up edit like last minute. We are locked in. Thank you, Ron. You too. Let's close blinking. Okay, I should have called this sprite idle, but we're moving these into my Rahisaurus. For both of us, yeah. Locked in. I'm not in the co-working category. I thought that software made sense for showing Rahi stuff, but I could also go into co-working because this can count as co-working. Okay, so we've put these in the folder. There it is. So I probably should have called this idle just to make it like smarter, but for this we actually only need 3 of them though. Idle, talk, and blink. The blink will be just an idle, I think, like mouth closed blinking. But oh, where's our first idle? This one. There we go. We have our beginning sprite. We're not going to change the breathing and the bouncing yet. We're going to load these in first. There's our idle file, and we'll do oh wait, I didn't do arm down. I'm stupid. Oh my god. I did the opposite. I did it with arm up instead. Hang on. That's so funny. Well, at least now I can name them the way that I want them named. 1 second. Eyeballs open, please. Open your eyes. You didn't open your eyes. You didn't open your eyes. Jeremy, open your eyes. Then we'll put that goddamn arm down. Hand up needs to go away. Hand down. The arm down is a little bit scuffed. I might edit it later, but it works for now. And then we'll do a blinky. Blinky. Okay. think we have to potentially... Oh no, I put these in my download folder. That's why I have to move them into Rahi's folder. They can be in whatever folder, but by default, Rahituber will look for it in... it'll open in your folder wherever your exe is, so it's smart to put them right in here, probably. That way, too, if you're moving your Rahituber folder around, for whatever reason, like I did, if you have all of your layers where they're supposed to be, you don't end up with the problems that I've had about needing to go find my sprites. Because when you move the folder to another drive and you open the exe in there, I believe it'll find what you want. Might be wrong, though. Theoretically, that would be how you could, like, export models for other people, too, if you wanted to make them, right? I think. Or I can take my model with me if I'm, like, going to my dad's house and I want to stream on his thing. Technically, I can just send myself the whole Rahituber folder. Currently, they're stored as absolute pass. Oh! Can you explain what that means? I'm stupid. So it'll always look for e/Rahituber. Maybe I'm wrong then. You can't move it to another. How did I do it before? Because I feel like I did, like, bring my Rahituber folder to my dad's house, unzipped it there, and then it was okay. But I might be wrong. Or I might be explaining it wrong. There we go. So we're going to replace this idle. Wait, I did it backwards. This is idle. It looks like I didn't add this change to the... There we go. So now we have a talking sprite and an idle sprite. Absolute the whole path from, but you can edit the XML to make it local to the location of Rahituber and it will still work. Oh, interesting. Okay. That feels like a step most people won't necessarily know to take, but shipped a few model comms. Yeah, that could be how, like, if I wanted to make models for people, that'd be how I do it. Adding a button. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. And then for the blink, we'll do our idle blink that's here. And we'll wait for it to blink. There it goes. See? Easy peasy. So even with only setting these right now in, like, default settings, it looks pretty good. I mean, default settings, but I did have my settings from audio before. You might not start with these. I don't know. Rahi might know what you start with by default for audio settings, but even like this looks kind of cool. We're going to adjust. This is the global settings. Global position, scale, rotation settings to change the size, position of the whole scene. So we'll need to adjust this a little bit so that the window captures everything. We'll scale it out, position up. Now we can see the whole ass chibi in those needlessly detailed shoes that I made. You can see we're breathing by default. We're bouncing by default. The breathing settings are right in here. As of right now, this will make more sense later when we actually... Oh, looks like I missed a line here. That's okay though. You can't see it in yours, but I can see it because there's a white background here. You can see white poking through. The bouncing and breathing settings here will be on whatever your parent layers are. In this case, we're just one layer, so this is the parent and the grandparent and the great-grandparent. That's not going to make sense until I talk about parents and children later, though, so maybe ignore that. by default, this is what our breathing looks like. You can check this breathe whilst talking. And then we continue with this kind of motion even as I'm yapping. So if you wanted to have an effect like that, you could. You can play with these settings and end up with some really interesting breathing effects. I saw somebody on the itch.io page had like a really cool like eyeball cloud kind of thing going on where I think they were doing like a circular, which I guess how you would do that probably is like the move. I'm not sure. I haven't played around with this that much. Yeah. Whoa, that's cool. It's a circular motion. What is it? Move this right in a circle instead of a line. This comes right out at you, I guess, but with a circular motion on. Circular becomes obvious if you add values to the X and Y movement. Okay. This is X and Y here, right? And then the scale as we turn this up. I played around with some of this on my like dancing sprite because I have like a bouncing. I did something interesting there with breathing where I was actually making it look like an idle bounce instead. You can kind of do all kinds of things with this breathing. Wonder, let's just like max this out just to see. Woo! That's cool. With the move, it makes it look like it's coming closer. Turn off constrain. Okay, I was wondering about that. Woo! Woo! So we turned off constrain, so now we can adjust the scale settings for X and Y separately. And then we end up with wacky stuff. Whee! And you can adjust the time for this too, so you can make it go slower by moving the slider up to make this is 8.55 seconds, or turn it down to make it go faster. There's some kind of really cursed video I have somewhere of me doing this to the pizza theme from Spider-Man 2. Editor, in my video, put the video here. So real silly things you can do there. On my personal model, the only breathe I have is a really subtle, we turned off the scale, I think, and we just have a move. Like a really small one. It's very subtle. These values you'll need to adjust based on the size of your model and your global position and all that will affect things. So you'll need to adjust however you want. For a chibi model like this, because it's all one layer, this ends up making it look like it's like floating around, which is a cool effect. Oh yeah, I forgot there's also rotation. Whee! Which is a cool effect depending on what you're trying to do. I think for breathing, we probably won't have anything crazy on this either. But when we separate our layers later and do a more complicated one, what we'll do something with that. A magician couple? Couples rings inspired by profession. The person was a magician. That's crazy. That's not a job. Maybe that's my job, Ashley. Why don't you believe in my dreams? There's also this change color here. I haven't used this much yet, but I've seen how it can be used and it's quite cool. So what that would do is you set this tint, let's say pink. And then along with the breathing, we'll apply a tint to the layer. Whee! That's really cool. I believe right here, this means alpha. I didn't figure that out until recently, but that's transparency. So you could like have something where you're, goodbye. Hello. Goodbye forever. Hello again. I'm not exactly sure, like, there's nothing specific that I use that for yet, but the possibilities there are really cool. I think, Rahi, was it your model that you were showing for that? Rahi has videos or GIFs, I can't remember. I think on the Rahituber webpage, the HIO page, where I saw how the tint was implemented with breathing, or was it talking? Either or. In like a was it a bionicle or was it just kind of like a mech? You have a bionicle one where the mouth fades. Yeah, exactly. So imagine you're doing like a robot and you have like a robot head and you want things to be just glowing. You could do that. A feature I don't think have yet, but Rahi's talked about doing, I think, is something about having the breathing settings adjustable and even child layers, because right now if something inherits the motion from this, it'll keep this breathing setting, but it doesn't have its own. There might be a reason why it needs to be that way, but I'm not sure. The other like motion setting that it comes with is Dreamer's job is just saying you're employed. That's me right now. Yeah, if you did have something like that, then the possibilities are endless, because I could add gamer lights to my model. That's what I want to do on my main one. I want my choker thing to actually have some kind of like RGB paneling. You're gonna do it? Yay! That'd be so cool. There's actually a lot of different scenarios where I've thought about wanting my own like bouncing settings or breathing settings for animation. Like when I do a more complicated idle animation on this thing. Actually, I can show you, Rahi, what I did to do like a pixel bounce effect on the dance. You've seen it before, but we'll switch over here real quick. Sidetracked, but on the here, we have to turn off the sound effects though, or audio input. So this bouncing, it's interesting because I think because I messed around with the settings a whole lot to try to get the effect that I wanted. I had to set, in order to make it look the way I wanted, I had to set the parent layer, I think, to be shorts. So this is what it looks like. I believe shorts is the parent. No, it's not. I lied to you. What is it? The shoes? What is it? The braids? Ah, so technically, this gets crazy, okay? Stay with me, Rahi. This is gonna not make sense in the tutorial, so you have therapy. Enjoy therapy. I'm jealous. I'm unfathomably jealous that you have therapy. You're wrestling with monitor scaling things? But right. I show you. Because this is a little bit crazy. The shoes, okay. I believe I have it basically where this is the parent to this, which is the parent to this, which is the parent to this. I think I might be wrong though. Like the leg warmers. Oh, it looks like actually they all follow this like neutral low bounce. Okay, I just lied to you. What I did was, I'll hide this for a second. And goodbye left. There's a neutral low bounce that's actually an empty layer right now. I don't think it was an empty layer to begin with, but it still works even though it is empty. And you can kind of see, I think maybe to make it clearer, we will go get our actual, it's not in the Rahituber folder though, so we'll do, I think it's in here. There. Oh, there's a tint on it too. I didn't realize. I think I was messing around. So, empty layer. Yeah. So this is just like the lowest amount of bounce I wanted. I believe this is how much like, or no, this isn't the low. So I called it low bounce, but I think this is the higher setting that I use. So it's like a quick breath time, negative movement on the y-axis to kind of bounce down. And then I think what happens is it's invisible, but like most of my layers actually inherit that bounce. So we'll start with the leg warmers. We'll see what the leg warmers are looking like. So yeah, the leg warmers inherit the bounce, but there's certain settings for drag. It's like a long drag for whatever reason. Okay, yeah, so the leg warmer, the bottom leg warmers are separated from that. These go like that, so they just barely move, basically. Because it's fast, right? And then where are the other leg warmers? Oh, they're up here for some reason. I don't know why they're that high, but then this one has like certain drag and spring settings to give it the way that I want it to look. And then the shoes also inherit this neutral low bounce, but it's 100% drag, so it actually doesn't move. Maybe just slightly it would if the breathe was longer, but they actually, with this effect, they stay put. So it's kind of like the illusion. I wonder if I don't need this set that way anymore. Oh, maybe it's because there's a delay. I don't know. If I do this, it also works. So I didn't need to do all that, but that was part of my messing around. And then the legs have a slightly different setting than the leg warmers there, but they also inherit that low bounce. Yeah, slightly different. And then the shorts follow. Interesting, the shorts follow the leg warmers. Probably because it's supposed to be like pants that are kind of attached. The body follows that same neutral low bounce, but really high spring and like slightly lower drag. Then I have to assume the rest of it is similar, like the jacket. The jacket follows the body with just a little bit of spring. And then I think what I did for the hair is really cool. I managed to make that work really well, like this ahoge or whatever. It's following neutral hair base, probably. That's following the face. Following the neck, which is following body. But then theoretically, if each one could have its own breath settings, I wouldn't have to do all that. It might still, for like convenience sake, like have it, because assuming they all had default settings for drag and spring, they just bounce together, right? But anyway, I that's how I pulled this off. But I think it turned out like a lot cooler than I thought it would. I could have just done this with like making a frame by frame GIF instead. But it was one of those where I was like, I bet I could do this all on Rahituber. Kind of like a challenge to see if I actually know what all that means. Anyway, so a thought was later on like Saturday or something, another challenge would be to actually make this work the same way or similar. Have the shoes stay in place and then the legs move a certain amount and then this move a certain amount and this one, just to kind of do a cool bouncing trick. However, I feel like I could this time around maybe set it up in a smarter way than the other one. The other one's kind of like it was fucking around and finding out, whereas I could be a little bit more thoughtful about the way I set this up. Because I feel like all I really need is like the motion setting on the maybe the hoodie, the bounce, the breathing or whatever, and then the other ones could follow that. And but I don't know, because I would actually want the hoodie to move more. Anyway, I just noticed that in this base chibi like one layer version, I left this arm on top of the shorts. Not a big deal, because this is just to show what a simple one would look like theoretically. But that know that I did notice. Okay, so let's talk about bouncing, because I actually haven't got there yet. Bouncing, you can set it to either not bounce at all. When you're talking, you do regular, so it bounces the same amount no matter what as you're speaking. Obviously, my favorite is loudness, because I think it's super cool when you're really quiet, don't move very much. And then when you really like loud, you can move more. I have my mic like capped a certain amount, but if we made this like, actually I don't have my mic capped a certain amount. It thinks I'm screaming, but yeah, if we turn this all the way up, you can see when my mic is passing max, it goes way high. So these audio settings, I haven't quite nailed down exactly how to explain each one, but what we can do is kind of change the settings of each one so you can see what it looks like. What's really important to remember with these audio input settings is that it is super duper 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 going to be different depending on your setup, your mic, and what your like voice sounds like. So pretty much no matter what, you're gonna want to play with this yourself and yap at your model for a while and see. But I'll try to explain what each one technically means. The max level, the maximum volume used in audio analysis. So I have it set to 5, which is the max that the slider goes. That's the max volume so that the program can expect from your mic. So if your microphone is quiet, you'll want a low max level. So that's the max volume of your program. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, so that I didn't actually understand. It's clicking now. So if you have a quiet microphone, you actually want it lower. I think it doesn't do much for me to change this because of a reason that I actually don't know. I usually have it just sitting at max level. I've gone above. Oh, here's another thing I haven't mentioned yet. This is a super cool pro tip that I found out later on. It's somewhere, it's written somewhere. I don't know, either in here or on the website, but if you ever want to change, because like this is the max of this slider, or like 400 is the max of this slider, you can set your own values. And you'll also notice as you're sliding that the increments are sometimes maybe a little bit bigger than you want them to be for whatever reason. So you can manually set these numbers. Oh, sorry, 400 is not the max, 50 is. So I already did it without realizing. You can go -50 or 50, but, you know, I changed it to 400. And how you do that is you hold your control, I believe left control specifically, maybe it doesn't matter, but I use left control and left click, and then you can type it in yourself, which is a game changer. I mentioned before, but in my main model, a lot of my settings are manually set like that, either because I broke the limits or I needed really specific numbers. So, for example's sake, let's see what happens when I set my max level to 15. I don't think it really does much. Or maybe it does for me. Maybe I should actually have a really high max level because my microphone is louder. That actually seems to make a difference. Hang on. Maybe I just found the fix to my problem. That's crazy that I have to go that high. Am I that loud? I don't know. I don't understand audio settings. But this actually is working better like this. This is my normal speaking volume. So yeah, definitely play with this. Remember your control and left click if you need to go over the max. It's different per mic. Yeah, exactly. This is very much going to change. So don't be surprised if you put in 35 and it's like, what the hell? My model isn't even moving. Softmax allows the max level to automatically increase if your volume surpasses it temporarily. Okay. To increase temporarily if exceeded. So would that mean, I'm trying to understand exactly what, I know that I've seen effects that Softmax has when I turn it on, but that would mean that like if my mic is going over 35, could you give me like a case where you would need Softmax just to help me understand it more? Because I'm thinking max level is so it can anticipate 35. So when I have it only set to like 5, why is it that makes it think I'm screaming? If you scream super loud, your movement would appear to decrease for a while. Okay. With Softmax on or without Softmax? I'm gonna scream, okay? Wah! 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 Ah! I don't think I'm passing this level. Maybe. I wonder, is this in, what is the unit? Is this in dB or something? What if we put something like, this is for Rahi specifically, obviously, but I open a layer to look at this to see what my like audio looks like. But what if we had something down here to like globally look at? If the green bar goes past the end of the graph, it would be hitting the soft max. Oh, so this becomes 35 when I make this my max level. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. But maybe if we had like a little bar down here with like the number on it or something to show the user. You don't know what the units are? Oh, that's okay. Then maybe it wouldn't work. But if we could see the bar and say like this says 35, then I know. But also I understand it a lot better now. So in my tutorial I can explain this a little bit better. I apparently just I think I have my gain turned way up on the microphone. That's just how what I ended up with when I set my settings. I use a Blue Yeti. And it's an older one. And notoriously they need a lot of like filters and settings, but Logitech G Hub is also weird as hell, so my mic settings are probably weirder than other people's. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, well, even just having the visual down here would help. I've sometimes gone and switched between whatever audio input I have to see what it looks like. Yeah, and I was listening to this before it blew up on TikTok. I'm gonna be a hipster about it, okay? But I knew about Joe. To be fair, I was still only listening after I watched Stranger Things. So, like, I, was not that much of a hipster to know his music before I knew him. But, Cal, do you know Slither? Because that's actually my favorite of his. The first one that I listened to. Also, hello, Cal. How are you? Do you want to jam? Softfall sets how slowly the audio level. Yeah, I usually do have... This is what I use on my main model. But since we're bouncing a lot, you can kind of see, just for the example, you can see when I turn it up what exactly that looks like at 100%. Whee! So it makes it take longer before we switch to the idle state. Doing pretty good. Bouncy vibes. Bouncy vibes sound perfect. We're bouncing. Look at this. Boing, 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 boing. But if you turn this way down, it's a really quick transition. Very like boing, 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 boing. This song is so good. So you want to set this manually. Just pick whatever you think looks best. Usually, yeah, mine hangs out around 62, but I don't have a lot of bounce to begin with, so it doesn't matter as much. This kind of looks... It is kind of 62 looked pretty good for this anyway. But you can get, like, bouncier and peppier when you set it lower. Versus, like, a more calm... Whee! More floaty appearance if you go up higher. This looks so cute. I'm so happy with this, actually. Anyway, audio filter. Basic low latency filtering to cancel keyboard and mouse noise frequencies. So, checking this on hasn't done too much for me because I have noise canceling on my mic to begin with, supposedly. Though recently, I have noticed that my model does pick up if I, like, pretend to type a whole bunch. You can see it on mine right now. I probably have audio filter turned off. For whatever reason. Let me see. I do. Now I'm gonna type on my keyboard again. Oh, still picked it up. But actually, now that I know, let's change my own max level up to that 35. I still don't bounce a lot, but now it's not picking up the keyboard. Now because my thingy won't be as sensitive, my bounce won't be as sensitive, let's actually give myself more loudness. Whee! Oh, wait, we're not using this layer as a parent anymore because I don't want to elaborate too much on this really scuffed setup with these copies that I have because that was a solution to a problem that's since been fixed in the program, I think. But that was me fucking around. How come I'm not actually bouncing that much still, though? Maybe... Oh, interesting. It's actually not picking me up. That's weird. No? Oh, it doesn't show. Is it because there's 2 instances running, maybe? This software is incredibly impressive. The dev is right here. Rahisaurus is in chat. I know there's my bad attempt to try and subtract the noise frequency. Yeah. So it's a useful setting to have. I find for myself it does work. But a lot of the time people might have their own noise canceling as well. So turn it on if you want. I don't think it hurts at all to have it on. If that layer is invisible, it won't be showing. Oh, okay. That would be why. Wait, then, am I not bouncing? I am bouncing a little bit. So what the hell has the bounce that I'm following? But also I'm not... Okay, yeah, I see it now. Woo! Because everything should be following shorts, I think. If I did make this visible, though... Yeah, I'm still not... What? Okay, this is just user error, because I... probably actually have bounce settings on something else that everything is following, and I just forget what it is. I thought it was my shorts layer, though. That was the parent. Whoa! What's this? Do you see this in this window? Did this just up? Huh? I didn't see this in the other window that I have. There's 2 blinks. Do you see that? Is it Angelus? I don't want to give props. Maybe you could start your own PNGtuber software too. You know, turn on compression. Your quieter sounds will have more effect without the loud volumes throwing you up in the stratosphere. Oh, that's cool. Blink is for if you have talk while blinking turned on. Oh. Oh, we haven't talked about blinking yet. Oh, that's cool. You know what? I missed that. Thank you. Because, we want that on this model. So let's go back up here. We haven't really gone into blinking settings yet, but we'll do it now to set it up. Blink while talking. Now, I've never actually had this set. Now we can actually go find our talk blink. Hell yeah. Testing. Yeah, we blinked. Wow. Doing the single layer approach, and you have a sprite with open mouth and closed eyes. Exactly. So that's like what I was saying about basically this working the same way as VOD. VOD, but cooler, but like bass boosted. I'm allowed to say that because I used VOD for a while. Some people might be like, well, I want the shaking effects that VOD has. You can get that. We'll show screaming settings in a second. So yeah, compression, what Rahi was saying is using compression curve for audio levels, the difference in effect reduces as the volume nears maximum. I think I don't want compression because then I end up with it doesn't really go above this amount. I think that has to do with max level, doesn't it? So like if I change this back to 5, the compression has me chill around here. If I turned it like, whoa, way down to 1 or something, we don't really go over this. But then we won't be able to get our... Actually, that's not true, because you can set where the scream threshold is. So yeah, I could set this to 1 and have compression on. That'd be to do with max level. Yeah. So maybe that's a way to do it, instead of like setting this to a gajillion. I could set this to like 0.8. And then... Oh, never mind. It would be higher, not lower. With compression on. But... Oh! No, I remember why I don't like that. Because then when I'm quiet, it makes me... makes it look like I'm louder. So if I don't have compression on and I go back to my 35 max level, I can go all the way from being relatively quiet, to like, yeah, wah! That caps out a lot sooner than I thought. Caps out? I trust in you to take a look at it. But yeah, this is my... It's fun that you're here and I get to test this while you're working on the bugs. That's so cool. So okay, so for this model, for this like setup, I like these settings. I think we're gonna turn down the bouncing a little bit, and just leave it like a this, maybe a little bit more. We can kind of double that. Go boing boing boing. What's fun though is you can actually bounce scale and stuff too, so I can get real close, or they get this kind of like cartoony. Oh, interesting. When I drag this up, it goes back to 0.2. Can I manually change it? Is it? Oh, is it because of constraint? Hey. Okay, so. Whoa. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. What if I made this one too? Right, I just noticed something. If the constraint settings are on, well, oh, then never mind, I fixed it. Oh, I fixed it. I think I just needed to... Oh, wait, no, this is something probably you might want to... I don't know how much it matters, but when the constraint toggle is on for the bounce scale, if I try to drag it, I assume this is why. If I try to drag it up here, it snaps back to the X value. But I can change it on the X, so that's kind of fine. But other people might be like, oh my god, it's not working, like I was just doing. I don't know if that's something that is normal in all of them and I just didn't notice. It's a little oversight. It's really like probably a minor issue, but I try to think about... I'm trying to spread propaganda to people who haven't messed around with software like this before. And I know how people will sometimes find little snags, and something like that might scare them from using the rest of the program, because there are like alternatives that appear simpler, you know? If I wasn't a crazy stubborn person, sometimes if I ran into an issue like that, I'd be like, oh, whatever, I'm just going to use Fuji. Or if people are crunched for time and stuff and they can't like change the... Anyway, so I'm trying, when I bring up little finicky things like that, it's not really about my problems that I have. I'm trying to imagine the typical user. Anyway, this is cool. So you can change bounce scale as well. You can do negative if you want to get smaller when you talk for whatever reason. Bounce rotation when you talk to. This would be useful on like individual layers for like your head, if you want your head to bob a little bit. You fixed it, yay! So look at it, you're crazy. This is so cool. So quick at fixing these things. When you weren't here yesterday, I think, or maybe you were, I talked a little bit about how like part of the reason I got like hooked with Rahituber is that I looked through the itch.io while I was trying to find some kind of an answer to something, and I noticed that like Rahi is super oh no. As soon as I started talking about you, you got... Okay, never mind. I was gonna say again, you can't be here, but I was saying that like I picked up on, noticed right away how quick you are to like respond to bug reports and like feature requests and stuff, and like it blew my mind how quickly you could be like, yeah, okay, I'll do that feature, and then like the next day or a couple days later, like, here you go. It's super impressive and like exciting. It was exciting for me back then too, because I was like, I was still kind of like shy. I'm a baby streamer, but I was like, maybe I'll get in the feature and yap about something I want to do. And you're usually like very responsive, and so I was excited about... I used to talk to Shock about it all the time too. I'd be like, right, he said he was gonna do it. I don't think mouse tracking was like my idea. Somebody else put it in chat, but I remember being like, I want this too, and then it was there like the next day, and I was like so stoked. Anyway, so that's another benefit. Rahi is very responsive, and you can also yap to me about things you want or problems that you have, and I can pass them on too if you're shy. But we have a whole PFB server that Rahi also exists in, so you can send things there if you have ideas. Probably I shouldn't necessarily be like, right, you can tell me if I'm wrong that they shouldn't do that, but I had a bit of a lull in activity, but getting back in the swing of things. Hopefully me bashing the program and like with a hammer and strangling it to get it to do what I want. Maybe that's inspiring. I was telling somebody that I'm like wringing the Rahituber program by the neck with my current model, with like having a gajillion layers that are all pretty big and stuff. But I think you saw, but on Twitter somebody asked me like, well, is it going to eat up my CPU though? And I was super stoked to be like, nah, even with my crazy ass model, I actually, if I look at it right now, it's only using 2% of my CPU. Both windows. One is using like, it goes between, I think the bigger model, it gets up to like 4% maybe. And actually they both kind of, if I watch, they'll hit like 6, but usually drop down to like 1 or 2%. Anyway, it's like, I don't know if Rahi, if you ever messed around with any of the other programs, but the other really popular program that involves a lot of layers in physics, that one, I shit you not, much simpler model. It was 40% of my CPU. 40%. It basically could not work while I was playing any kind of game with the CPU that I had. And that's what led me to try to experiment in other ways. I was like, I did the walk of shame over back to VOD for a while, and then I started to mess around with what Shindigs uses and what Shock was using initially, which was just having it work in OBS with scale to sound and image react. But then my OBS was using a ton of CPU, and I was having issues while I had those plugins. So I was like, what do I do? And then I happened to come across somebody on Twitter who uses Rahituber. I lost the username. I want to be able to like credit them and yap about them too, but I lost them. Shindigs did a little showcase once and they were in it. They used Rahituber. Maybe Rahi, maybe you know who they are. They had like a screen that they were looking at. Their model would like face the screen. They built like a whole scene basically that was like super immersive. And their tuber was like sitting and sitting and looking at a screen. That was Aura. Oh my god, thank you. I've been trying to find them again. Hold on. Aura hack. Because like that setup was so cool that I was like super inspired. I originally wanted to do something like that where it was like immersive scene, and then I went to go check out Rahi's stuff, and you also do like, you have like a scene that Edie sits in. That was originally what I wanted to do. I haven't done that yet, but yeah, Aura hack. Let's do a little shouty outy, because this is the person that led me here. Their setup is really neat looking as well. I'm gonna look for their credits because I'm curious if they did that. Oh wow, their abouts are cool. Oh yeah, so they said that they use Clip Studio Paint. Wow, their about page looks so cool. Or her about page looks really cool. Anyway, yeah, I saw them on Twitter. Super cool example of what you can do. I'm excited that I found them because now I can put them in my video. I want to go through the people that are listed on the Rahisaurus page as well. I actually probably should go and follow everybody. We're basically like siblings, okay? That's what I'm gonna be a freak pretending we're like related just because we use the same software. But it feels like it. We're all cool people. I have looked at everybody before, but I have yet to actually go and follow. I got put on the webpage too. I noticed that. I died actually. I think I noticed it while I was streaming once and I was like, what? or somebody else did, maybe. I think somebody in chat was like, hey, I linked to the software, and then they're like, hey, you're on this page. And I was like, what? That was after I started harassing Arahi in DMs. Okay, anyway, back on task. This is our simple chibi setup. We don't need to touch motion inherit because right now it doesn't have anything to inherit, so we actually won't have any of these settings yet. So you can ignore this part. Our blinking settings we can mess with a little bit. Also, out of curiosity, okay, yeah, bouncing gives us smooth rotation and scale, which super useful depending on what you want to do. I'm gonna turn down my scale a little bit. We'll leave a little bit.
Please you.
Oops, I forgot to constrain it. Oh, I lied. We're putting it at like 3. There. It's kind of it's very subtle, but it's a cool little cartoony bounce. Me and Rahituber developing. Wait, did the meme play or no? It should have been that Justin Bieber meme. It did? Okay, I didn't hear it. Working hard to please you. That's so funny. You to the Rahi user base. Hey, just working. Let's actually talk about real quick about the tint here, because I didn't cover that yet. What we talked about with the Bionicle model, that it's your model, Rahi, the Bionicle one. We'll show it. I'll show it. Editor, put the video here. You can do that transparency thing that I talked about if you wanted to, for whatever reason, disappear while talking. It makes more sense if you are using it on individual layers, or the opposite. Maybe you don't exist until you're talking, or like exist at low transparency. But when you're doing something like this with the tint, this smooth tint option will well, it'll smooth it. And then you can do blinking tints as well. I guess in this case, you'd want to make sure your same... What did I do? 200? My idle blink is also set to that. Unless I fucked up. Are you idle blink? I don't remember which one this is because it's a little bit small. Oh no, this is talking. My bad. Opposite. We want this to be full transparency and this one to be our 200. And then we'll slowly kind of come back into existence. Though it kind of looks like the smooth tint doesn't count for when we're blinking, but maybe if I just don't have a tint on it at all, will it do what I want? Yeah, because I wondered if you just if there's a way to toggle this off, maybe, so it just ignores this tint setting. I'm sorry unintentionally running into, but that's why I said I'm strangling your program. There should be something you could just have like a toggle button, or like make it so that if these are all set to 255 blah blah blah, then inherit it from the idle and the talk. I wonder, does it still do that if it's what about this? We're waiting until I blink. Oh yeah, it still did. But I think a cool effect would be the tinting on talking, something like this. If you're doing robot-y things, where you have like a screen for a mouth or something and it lights up when you're talking, that's how you would do that. Super cool. The blend mode right now isn't really going to matter because we're just on one layer. We didn't talk about what these are yet. This is for sprite sheets. So if you have an animated sprite that you want to use, Rahituber, you can't load GIFs directly into it, but what you would do is you would convert your GIF into a sprite sheet. There's a lot of tools online, or you can manually make your sprite sheet with your PNGs. We'll talk about sprite sheets maybe on the last day as kind of like an extra thing, because we'll only really use sprite sheets for me doing kind of like effects. You can see it on my model if I have these animated little effects. These are sprite sheets. So we'll touch on it when we're doing like toggles and stuff, but just in case you're like, what the hell is that at this point? And then this would apply to the sprite sheet stuff. Restart animations on becoming visible. You can ignore that when you're not using sprite sheets. We're ignoring the blend mode because we only have one layer, but this would change how your layer looks. Like right now, if I do any of this, I think it's gonna mostly just disappear. Turn it back to normal. Scale filter. I don't remember what this does. Smooth pixel interpolation when the image is not actual size. I actually don't know what that is. Is that something that I want? Does that do anything to my model right now? Nearest neighbor interpolation. Sharp edges at any size. Maybe it slightly changes. I'm trying to look at it to see if there's a difference. Oh, just barely. Yeah, I can see a little bit of a difference, I think. You can't see it because the background is black for this. Oh, that's a... another thing? Never mind, no it's not. Well, actually kind of. Let me switch to display for a second to show Rahi this. I don't know what happened here, but when I loaded up my normal model today... turn this off for a sec and turn on, sorry, flashbang. Turn on monitor. This doesn't capture audio, does it? No. I don't need audio, but this, my main model, there's a black background right now, and normally it's transparent. It sits on top transparent or whatever. But I don't know what's up with that because I believe I don't even think I reopened Rahi this morning. I think this is left from yesterday, but it wasn't doing this yesterday, unless I'm wrong. However, the chibi one acts the way that it should with the transparent background. It doesn't really matter for me because my capture still lets me do transparency. But if I turn this off, this is on the chibi, wait. And do my green, sorry, flashbang again. It does show up in my capture, which is normal. But then turning on transparent, I still get this black background in my actual window. It's really interesting. I don't know. It really doesn't matter for me that much, but sometimes when I'm streaming like a game, I'll have my actual model hanging out on the screen somewhere for me to look at. But I don't really need it that bad. It's useful for certain things, but either way, opening the window again and loading this model, it worked fine. So not really that much of a problem at all, but just a little thing. Now we have to, game capture is mad at me and doesn't want to do my thing. Hello, capture please. Oh. Interesting. Oh, that's because my dude is behind here, I think. Oh, never mind. This is because this is a game capture, so... Wait a second. Wait a second. I didn't turn on transparency for this. Never seen it do that. Yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those probably weird things that are happening with captures and whatever. It's probably something that's just fixed by closing and opening it again. So I don't care personally. I also forgot to turn on allow transparency for this game capture. Now we have our dude in our actual scene. Our little guy. By the way, this is me confirming that the name window separately did work for what I wanted to do. That's very slay for me. Thank you for that. I mentioned earlier chat, but this means that you can run multiple. If you have different models you want to swap between for whatever reason, you can have them both open. And again, like I was saying earlier, Rahi doesn't take very much CPU at all, so it's not really a problem. You don't want to have like maybe like 5, 6 different models because that'd be crazy. But what I will mainly use it for is having my dance game up at the same time as my actual self. In the future, if I can ever figure out how to route how to make TTS into an audio input source. Right now I only have my actual audio sources like my headset, my mic, voice mods in here. If I could figure out how to make TTS come through that, then I could have a separate Rahi instance for like a TTS mascot or reactive to, say I could make something listen to Discord for whatever reason and put it through here, then I could have a model that picks up that. But I think that's outside of Rahituber stuff. That would be like you use voice meter or something to reroute that, which gets crazy. Audio doesn't make sense to me. Like Rahi was saying earlier, Rahi's not an audio person either. Okay, so what was the next thing? We're going to talk about screaming. I don't have a scream sprite, but what you would do here is you could have a different version of your sprite, whether that's like on your whole chibi. Say you want to like turn really scuffed when you like max out your volume. I guess to like try it out, we could do something silly. I don't know what I could use for this, but let's go into my entire ass folder and find something. Do I have... Oh, this is the wrong drive. Switch to F drive. I don't know what I can use, but let's turn into the weenus emote, maybe. God, my like folder structure is so cursed. New emotes. Okay, so just for fun, dishes will vibrate. Yeah, I was gonna get to that next, but that probably would have made sense to show first. Anyway, so to demonstrate, we'll turn on screaming. I think with my current like settings, I need to turn this max, where is it? Sorry, the max level slightly down in order to get that high, maybe. Cause wah, this is oh, there we go. Oh my god, that's cursed. You can adjust the scream threshold. So say this is my normal like talking volume, but I want it to change when I get really loud, like la. I'm not a very like noisy person, and my mic settings make it so that you can see it slightly changing. But let's turn this way down just to show you. Say whenever I talk, it thinks that I'm screaming. There's a vibrate setting on it. Put the mic in my mouth. La 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 la. Even then, it only stays around here. I think that's there's some kind of a limiter that I have. So yeah, again, if you really want to get noisy, or I guess just like change this to wherever you think your like extra volume is. Wow, I know I do get that noisy, but it's hard to do it. Well, yeah. We'll turn it down here to demonstrate. Right down here, there's a vibrate setting. You can make it go crazy when you're screaming. Wah! I almost do wish that there was a speed setting though, to get even more cursed than this. Testing it is funny because my wife comes out. Yeah, that's literally me sitting here going wah, wah. But like Rahi was saying, speed setting would be cool. I think VOD does have something like that as well. So you can get like really scuffed or just kind of like a slight effect depending on what you want. Theoretically, if you wanted the VOD like effect where you're vibrating no matter what, you could set this to like, oh sorry, not that. You could set your scream threshold to really low and just have it trigger whenever you're talking. But you actually don't need to have a sprite here, is what Rahi was saying. I don't remember how to get rid of it. I think do you delete this? Easy peasy. You know, so many times I've like needed to get rid of one of these, and then my solution was to put a blank file because I didn't realize you could just like delete the file path. Silly. A little X button might help with that too. I don't want to give you a gajillion tasks though. And it's also like, this makes sense. Just deleting it makes sense. So as you can see, you actually don't really need... Oh wait, does this turn me into the idle sprite when I'm screaming? Wow. Oh, so I need... Oh, Rahi, I understand. Because you said this. You said something about add the talk sprite. Okay. So in this case, you don't need the scream sprite to be able to vibrate. But in this case, it uses my default, like, idle state. Or idle sprite. So we'll change it to our talk. And then that way, we're doing this. So in my case, maybe scream would be like here or something like that. Ah, oh my god! Fortnite! There, see, it kind of... You're going to change that because it doesn't really make sense. It should probably use the talking sprite by default. I wonder... I feel like because it drops so quickly, it's hard for me to get a real, like, a good scream effect because it stops so abruptly. Which is not a Rahituber problem, it's just my audio settings. But I don't want it to be super sensitive because I'm just talking normal right now. But I don't stay in that high volume very long. Soft fall doesn't... If I turn soft fall all the way up, that would change that. Wah! But then it affects everything else too. Ah! I'm yelling! Wah! You can see my compression or limiter or whatever comes into effect like outside of Rahituber because I don't have compression on. Maybe is that softmax actually? No. Softmax was something else. My compression kicks in because if I'm actually yelling like ah, it goes down. I don't want to mess with my own audio software too much because it'll make me sound crazy in stream. But that's the point on the main point is that all of these audio settings, the scream threshold, the talk threshold, should be something that you play with in test. Just scream at your model a whole bunch until it looks the way that you want it to. Yeah, you can also do a tint on this, which is kind of fun. That's kind of hilarious because you could go like, I'm mad, I'm seeing red. Although there isn't the smooth tint on that though. That might be something. Though I really don't know how often tint on screen will get used, except for like I'm yelling, I'm turning red in the face or something. Wait, red in the face, that's a good idea. I have another idea. To add the smooth tint to the scream as well, so that you can do like red cheeks when you're... Although you could also do that by adding like a blush layer or something. And if there is a smooth tint, I guess, on the blush layer, you could I don't know how that would work actually, because it would because it wouldn't be tint that you'd use because there's only one scream spray. I don't know. You also do that with a different talk threshold on the blush layer. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, you would have a talk threshold. Yeah. If you set your talk threshold to be whatever your scream threshold is, you could do something like that. So anyway, you kind of really, I feel like, don't need to scream that much. But you know, somebody might find a use for that. Okay, so we went through all of these. We didn't talk about the transforms that much yet, but for the most part, these are going to be straightforward. Your position is X here. This is Y. So horizontal and vertical. And again, remember that you can go past these maximums if you control and left click. Rotation looks like that. Scale by default is constrained, but if you turn off constrain, stretch. I used the wrong emote name there. I didn't sneeze. You know, I probably missed one though, so that can count. Did you get your fortune? What does it say? Your ingenuity and imagination will get results. Cute. Oops, I need to change. Thank you, Vex. You're pointing out which commands I need to change. There's a socials command now, though, as well. That's new. Thank you, Vex. We'll move these back to default. The pivot point is important, and we'll go more in depth for that later when we're talking about rotation effect physics, because that'll be really important for the physics. For right now, the main point is that your pivot point is the center of the layer. So this is a good opportunity to show you what that looks like. Let me zoom out. You know, I just realized using a pink background makes it really difficult to see the bones. I'm going to change the background color real quick. I don't remember which one is purple though, so we're going to try this out. Ew, I don't want that one. That's not my colors. There we go. Can you kind of see it? Just barely. You can kind of just see it better. It also changes the theme. Oh, duh. Yeah. Let's go back to pink. We'll talk about these up here as well, but let's change it. It's still kind of difficult to see because my background is moving. It might have been easy. It might have been better when this was black background, to be honest, for this. Go back in here. Also, I want my pretty theme back. Trioxide. Oh, that's what I was on, wasn't it? Oh no. How I feel like the edges, because of the way it's captured, they kind of like disappear a little bit because they're a little bit thin. I also don't know what the quality looks like for the text. I just realized that I did, when I was recording my videos, notice that it looked like game capture. This isn't a Rahituber problem. This is a OBS problem. Game capture captures it, I feel like, at less quality than the window capture does, but window capture doesn't always like update. You know, so sometimes it like looks like it's frozen, which is really annoying. You can let me know, because on my side it looks like good, the same amount of quality, but this is window capture. If this improves the quality at all, let me know. And this is the window capture, and then this is the game capture. Can I move them beside each other? Just the text in the UI. I'm wondering if there's a difference at all in what that looks like. You can kind of use either game capture or window capture. The main issue, window capture doesn't have its own like transparency, I think. So I like right now I deliberately don't have transparency on, but if I wanted to, game capture lets me do that like this. The window capture will not. The window capture will give us a black background. Or to get around that, you could give yourself a green screen instead. Sorry, flashbang. It does if you change the capture method. It does what? Sorry, it like look better, you mean? You change the capture method in game capture? I've been talking mad shit about game capture recently after the newest update, the OES update, because I feel like it's always causing problems for people. My PC, the game capture doesn't capture the transparency. Really? It differs per PC? Is that like a GPU thing then? Anyway, so to get around that, you can set like a green screen or whatever color you want for your background, and then use the color key filter on your window capture source. You can, you know, depending on what your model looks like, you change the settings there. I've done that before. Capture, you can set the capture method to Windows 10 and up. It captures it. Oh, what? Wait, really? Oh. Oh my god. You just fixed it for me. Does it ever freeze for you and stuff though, like window capture does sometimes? Because I noticed that happen at least once when I was recording. Okay, so I was talking about my ass. We'll ignore what I was saying. Oh wait, no, duh. This looks like this because I still have color key. But it does work. Not that you've noticed. Okay, so maybe you can use window capture if you want. I noticed that when I was recording and looking at my preview and stuff, it did look like window capture was higher quality than game capture, but that could be, again, just my PC. I also haven't really looked at what the game capture settings are. Anyway, that's not super important. I forget what the point was there. Oh, we were talking about the color of the whatchamacallit for my tutorial. We're just gonna do this. Apparently using more than one game capture at once. Yes, that is also true. I ran into that when I was first trying to do... It's like using more than one game capture and trying to switch between scenes, I feel like. Because I have a scene with like my dance game in it, and what I used to do was like set that to be my dance game Rahituber source or whatever. But if I ever like tried to switch between there, it would turn off my other one. I want to set the scaling mode of your source to bicubic or something. Is that for a game capture? I haven't looked at that too hard. I don't see anything that says bicubic. Anyway, so that is something that you'll want to look at in OBS. There are various ways to capture. You can also use Spout 2. That's kind of a new thing, and a lot of people are using that. The only reason I'm not using it right now and during like my co-working and like learning streams is because it doesn't capture the UI, which is super good for what most people are going to use Rahituber for. So we'll talk about Spout again in a second, but in which everyone is doing the weird line to spirit thing. That's a sidetrack though. Oh yeah. Well, it is kind of doing... It is doing that in my preview too, but let me look at full screen preview, full screen projector. It is a very finicky thing. Yeah, it doesn't disappear in my full screen, so that could be just because I'm looking at it small. Anyway, yes, sidetrack. What were we talking about this time? We were talking about... Oh, okay. Going back to the topic of pivot point, because we hadn't talked about transform yet. You can see right now, you can see this little dot. That's the pivot point of this layer. It's right in the center of the image that we loaded in. So this is this layer's pivot point. You can change where the pivot point is by adjusting these values. So like this, now my pivot point is on my head. If for whatever reason you wanted it there. What it does do is it moves the whole layer to that point. So after you change the pivot point, you'll want to readjust your position up here. In this case, I have to go a little bit over. And so the pivot point's not going to matter unless you're doing rotation physics mostly. Whether that's like, you know, you got some rotation on your breathing maybe, and you want to do this for whatever reason, or later on if you're adding a, bounce rotation maybe, or motion inherit for bouncing and for mouse, whatchamacallit, mouse tracking. I probably wouldn't actually put this on my head. It probably would make sense to go more down here, because if anything, we'll bob around like that. Just to see what it looks like, we'll do this. Wee! Woo! Wow! So you don't need to set your pivot point for each layer. We will be setting our pivot points for layers that we're adding rotation physics to later. For the most part, it can stay in the default spot, and it probably won't affect you until you're trying to maybe reposition something. I can see it also getting annoying if the pivot point is down here and you're trying to rotate your layer a certain way. Say like your layer is at this size, but your actual drawing is like over here for whatever reason, and you want to rotate it. It'll be rotating like rather than around like itself. So then you might want to change your pivot point anyway. We talked about global settings, so let's go into here really quick. You can hide these advanced settings if you don't need them, but they are kind of cool and important. We talked about background color a little bit, and the transparency that you can turn on and off. You can show FPS. I'm not 100% sure where the FPS shows up though. Oh, there it is. So if you're, maybe you want to test it out, see what it looks like while you're running a game, you can see the FPS up here. Show layer bounds is kind of cool because you can turn this off, and then you can edit over here and not have your bones showing. I affectionately call these my bones, as if this is an animation thing. It's useful for if you're not using something like Spout, if you're using game capture or window capture and you don't want all of this UI to show. You can pop out your menu, and then now you have your menu in a different tab, and that's not captured by OBS. So when I have the minimal layers off, oops, I think I turned it off. Sorry, I meant to say here. So my menu's popped out. I'm still capturing my cursor, so we're not quite as sneaky as we could be. Turn off the minimal layers, or sorry, not minimal layers, layer bounds, and now it's still immersive. You're not seeing the bones and the guts and the inside of the program. However, I like to show off my bones and my guts in the inside of the program. I'm teaching. Anyway, so here's another thing too. In order to hide and show the UI on your model, this is very basic. So some of these things, like I'm so used to doing it that I forget to touch on that. Right click to show and hide this stuff. And then create minimal layers. I had it checked to test it. We'll just look at what that looks like real quick. I almost never use this because most of my layers I feel like need to be complicated. However, if you're doing like a simple setup, or like you have your main setup and all you're adding is like stuff for toggles and hats and accessories and stuff, maybe you turn on minimal layers, because when you make a new layer, when you make a new layer, you by default don't have blinking and talking on, so you just have your main idle sprite. We talked about this yesterday, Rahi. I don't remember if I don't know if I missed anything else here, but I think that's all it does. You can still toggle them on if you need them, clicking blinking, or swap with talking. I was about to check in while I'm outside with my dog, and I found a spider crawling up your ponytail. Oh my god, I would have to die. I'm sorry, I would have to just take myself out. I could not. I'm Delulu because there's definitely a lot of spiders in my house at all times, but I pretend. It also doesn't have the default breathing bouncing. Ah, okay, so that's also important. It doesn't, yeah, I didn't notice. It toggles off your bouncing and breathing. But again, you can turn everything on if you need to, if you regret it. However, yeah, if you don't need all of that information on your new layers, you can check that on to make it easier for yourself. Check for updates is probably something you always want to have checked. Control states via HTTP, we're not going to get into that right now, but this is how you would use webhooks to be able to turn on your states rather than hotkeys, which is the default. You sort of whip my hair back and forth. Menu on start is something I always have on. I keep that motherfucking dang on. It would just mean if you toggle it off, then next time you open the program, you don't start with the menu. I feel like my scream is just making me look like I'm glitching out a little. Always on top. I don't really use this super often personally, but this would be like if you're working on something and you need this up front, or maybe while you're streaming you want to be able to gaze at yourself no matter what you're doing in the other windows. It'll just be sticky on top of your windows. VSync, I should know what this means. I think there's a little subtle difference on this. Maybe. You gamers know what vertical sync is, though. It's looking awesome. Thank you, Domo. This is still just the really simple setup, but I'm using the simple setup to talk in more depth about what all the settings are before we set up the main model. Because in my video, we'll start with this one and then be like, but you could either do a simple one or go crazy, go stupid. Hello, Rocky. We have used Spout 2 checked right now. Spout 2 is a plugin that VTubers, a lot of them are using. I am not super familiar with what it actually is and what it means, but it's a cool plugin for OBS where I think someone else can explain what it really means, but I think it uses less resources, maybe? I think, right? To capture it through Spout rather than window capture or game capture. I like it. I think it does use less resources for me that way, so I do usually use it if I'm not showing my UI like I was talking about. Because that's the thing, when you are using a Spout source instead of capture, you don't see the UI. VSync stands for vertical sync. If you VSync, the frame rate is limited to your monitor's refresh rate. Oh. Turn that off, it runs at like 150. Oh, wait, we can look at that with the show. Oh, wow. Okay. So I want VSync turned off then, probably. No, it's super cool. All of these, like, it's very customizable with all of these settings, and very, like, I like it because it makes sense to, like, my wannabe dev brain. It's very, well, Rahi says that, like, you made it because basically, like, you just wanted a program that does what you want, and it didn't exist yet, so, like, you were like, I'll just make it, which I super admire. Mouse tracking we have checked on right now, because we will be using mouse tracking. Currently, we don't use it on this model. Really quick, I can show you what the basics look like. You'll find mouse tracking settings on each layer under transforms, right down here. And right away, you can see there's a little bit of a mouse tracking effect. We're just following. It's only one layer, so the whole layer is going to follow. We'll go through what each of these settings mean later, with Rahi probably around, because my brain hurt with some of these sometimes. This on my current model, I just messed with the settings until it looked the way I wanted. Here's this layer with maximum movement limits. But we can actually adjust this even farther, probably. This is a vertical, I think, yeah. If I made this crazy, like 2000 for whatever reason. Bing bong, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong. The neutral position, yeah. I'll just do it myself. What is the Rihanna quote for that? So the neutral position is, he just said, automatically calculated as the center of your monitor. Okay. So that's where, if your mouse is in the center of your monitor, that's where your starting position will be. But you can change it for whatever reason if you wanted to. Distance factor says how far away from the neutral position your mouse is recorded. Okay, so if I made this like 2000 or something on the X, I guess it won't really, like, we won't see anything unless I'm moving a lot, right? Okay, so when it's 960, what maximum mouse distance. Okay, so it basically only tracks my mouse to the edge of this monitor, right? Once you can see my mouse leaves, then the model stops moving. Same goes for over here. It won't go past this. I mean, my mouse can't go past here, but my other monitor is this way. Idle motion, there sure is. We talked about that a little bit earlier, but I'll show you. In Rahituber, it's called breathing. This will play on your parent layers. We have a really subtle one right now, but what you can do, let me see. Tease on your favorite Gundam, kind of just bob around. Yeah, you can absolutely do that. We'll turn this way up so you can see. My settings have to be kind of high in order to see it because it's a big model, big file size, and you can adjust the time too. So, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong. We're happy. Yeah, happy. And then there's also like a scale. You can do circular motion. This is actually going to give me a headache looking at. Whoa. Wow. Sorry, I got distracted. Breath move, I think. If I turn, let's make these like really high settings. Whoa. And then scale. How would I, wow! Jesus Christ. How would I make it move in like a circle? Throw that ass in a circle. Throw that ass in a circle. Oh, I don't have circular motion on. Whoa. But without, oh, there we go. Without the scale, let's slow it down a little, but we're actually moving in a circle now. So you can have it like actually like float, I think. So if I'm right, then having the Y be higher. Shocking off! Hello! Welcome, Shock. Welcome, Raiders. Shock died again. Oh no. Oh my god, is it 4 already? Oh shit. Hello, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We're currently talking about the Rahituber basic settings and going over what each setting means. Kind of a little bit in depth right now, and before we actually set up all of the layers that we need. This is a super basic ChivvyTuber that I made. Thank you for the raid, Shock. Let's do a shouty outy. Shock has been playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I was watching a little bit earlier. It seems like a silly game. I watched for... somebody asked Shock to punch him in the face, and he did that. Very noble. Very kind of him to offer such a thing. I know that in Shock's kind, warm heart, compassionate, soft-hearted self would not want to punch somebody in the face, but he did it for the sake of the other person. Out of the goodness of his heart. I threw up in my mouth saying those things. I threw up. Welcome though. My name is Kip E, Cringedevil. If you haven't met me yet, I'm one of the co-founders of the Pink Fuzzy Bunnies unofficial stream team. For some reason, I got kidnapped into it by Shock a while back. And for this whole week, we're doing setups in my favorite PNGtuber program, Rahituber. And trying to explain as in depth as I can get what I'm doing, how I set up my model. I guess probably I should, while I'm saying this really quickly, I'll show you. Sorry, we have mouse tracking on, so this looks crazy right now, but we'll turn off the breathing and mouse tracking for a second. Let me actually show you this one. My cat really doesn't want me to be doing this right now. Whoop, hello. Oh my god, right into an ad break. I'm gonna do the shrink of shame. Hype train. Shaw beat up poor defenseless wolves too. Is it Shaw? I know. Terrible timing for ads. Now I'm gonna awkwardly stand here. This is the kind of stream of, hey, you just happened to come in at the top of the hour ad. Unhand me. Double, I didn't get a notification, but I see that you have a subscriber badge now. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. I don't know why Twitch didn't know. It's like, it like told me that there's a hype train, but I don't see anything about there being a sub. It's gonna be awkward if you didn't actually sub, and like, now I'm thinking you did. Call that submo mosh instead. Fine boom, fine boom, fine boom. You did. Yeah, I see the badge, so I figured fine boom, fine boom, fine boom. I'll wait till the ads are over. We'll take a sippy of water because somebody redeemed hydrate. I got myself water bottles because I have issues. I could just end the sentence there. It's so warm in my room. I'm literally wearing like a t-shirt and shorts. It's below freezing outside, and my heat in my room is off. My computer just heats things up that much. You shocking on my 2 exceptions. Thank you, Domo. I appreciate it, even though I know you just wanted to escape the ads. Uh-oh, the memes are in the wrong spot.
Working hard so I can please you.
Wait. Wait, I didn't put them in the right spot on this layout. Oh. Do it again. I guess you can't. I can though. I have 2 new, actually 3 new memes, but one of them is hidden. Hi Kenobi. You're emotionally manipulating me to try to get food right now. I know you. Locked in, baby. You hated that audio? It's just the Justin Bieber meme. I'll do it again for you. This is me locking the fuck in. This is what it feels like when I take my Adderall. And I work on my VTubers all day. 1 second, I do have to release Kenobi. So sorry, I forgot to put my BRB sheet on. What was I saying? Forgot already. Oh, here. Because we didn't see it properly.
Hey, just working hard so I can please you.
This is for co-working and also for Stardew Valley, because that's me to everybody in Stardew Valley when I'm farming. Hey, just working hard. The other day too, I was waiting to see what Twitch were playing this month before the dreaded ads showed up and reminded me. Oh, what Twitch was paying this month. Oh, yeah. Little PNGtuber, she's so cute. Thank you, Freya. Couldn't hear my side of the combo. Why aren't you? Why? What, does this not make you happy? Are you not happy? Okay, if it makes you feel better, we have the other thing that we talked about that Nexus suggested. But thank you, Freya. Yes, this is the chibi PNGtuber that I drew over the weekend, and we spent a really long time yesterday fixing it up for. It's not this one, Shock, but this song is depressing. Hey, I don't want to be on Chill Mix anymore. Villain Era is pretty good too. I want more. I know I'm out of redeems, but I want more. Let's put on energetic. And then I'll start a jam too, because I forgot to do that. And we'll get back on task in a second. We're almost done this like little tutorial with the simple version, and we're gonna actually start loading our layers into Rahi and talking about layer order, and then doing whatever we get to in terms of motion settings and our blinking and whatever, because those are going to be on separate layers. Gotta get back to lurking. That's all right. You don't see any other redeems? What do you mean any other redeems? I said there's 2 new ones, and then there's a secret one that's part of. There's a secret addition to one of the redeems that already existed, if that makes you feel better. I also added a bunch of new sounds to the check-in redeem. There's no limit to like what I can put in that folder, because it's just a streamer bot action that pulls sounds from the folder. Locked in. Lock the fuck in. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. So I want to add like a fuck ton so that it's less likely for you to get the same one twice in a row. So there is a Spotify jam available for anybody who wants to jam, whoever wants to put on some vibes. I'm not super specific about vibes, but what I was listening to before made me feel sad, so no sad. Okay, so before we were visited by Shockley and the Shockingtons, what were we talking about? I think we were finally on. We were talking about mouse tracking a little bit. And we'll go more in depth into those settings later when we're actually setting our mouse tracking on our individual layers. We don't have that right now, so I'll turn that off. I turned my breathing off because, oh, we were showing Domo that you could do idle stuff. You had to take a break and not write an angry email, even though it made me so mad. I'm proud of you for not writing it angry. You know what I do when I have like angry words to say, as I'd like type it all in my notes app, and then I look at it for a while and then delete it. And then whatever I say after that is way nicer. But we back, so that's nice. Welcome back. Posture check, thank you. I actually needed that. Oof. I spent a little bit too much time shrimping yesterday, and it hurt. It hurt, fish. Especially because I didn't sleep enough. Fish! If I had fishing, that would be a sound that plays when you fish, but, you know. I just sent my angry email to Kip. I get it emailed from the Pink Fuzzy Bunny stream team email. It's really scary. Hey.
Just working.
Working
hard so I can please you.
I don't like that he's like... He's supposed to cover me, kind of, but it looks like he's just saying it to me. You usually address it to him. Dear Kip Kippington. Locked in. We're locking in. So we were talking to Domo a little bit about idle, but that's the basics of it. Your idle animation is basically the breathing. And Rahi is working on adding a feature where each layer can have its own breathing and bouncing, which is super cool. When we set our layers up, we will talk about it more, but the child layers that we end up with, who inherit motion from other layers, they don't have their own breathing and bouncing right now. Thank you for checking in. Goodbye, Shock. Thank you for the raid again. At farmersonly.com.
City folks just don't
get it. Hello, Iota. Okay, the name window separately, we talked about it a little bit earlier. All that means is that your window in your taskbar is going to be named after your layer set. So in this case, mine is Cringedevil. So this window is called Rahituber-Cringedevil, and then the other one that I have for myself is Rahituber-Cringe2 official, blah, 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 blah. What that means is I can capture both of them and have both on the screen. Which is super useful for what I'm doing right now, for sure. And it has various uses for you. I don't know how much we need to get into these here. I guess when we're making a new model, you'll want to set your name here. And as soon as you change it, it'll say save. So we'll actually do a separate thing here. We'll do cringe chibi simple, so I can use this later. Save, and then load will reload the model. Overwrite is what you're going to use as you're changing things and you want to save. That's your save button basically. And in here, the ... you can pick any of your models. Please, please, please ignore how many I have. Listen, we do a smart thing, but a really cursed thing. Like, I will rename as soon as I start to like look at testing things. I fucked up the eyes. .xml low. I fucked up the eyes. I don't even know. Mouse tracking extreme. It's like when I start fucking around, I save a different version just to make sure I can like, okay, I fucked around too close to the sun. We're going back to normal. I don't know. Like, there's one called Oops. This looks like this was like these two were probably the first from before my debut, which is kind of fun. One day I'll try to load these and see what they look like. There's a Scuff Tuber in here. There's a shock model that I stole. This is my old PNGtuber. None of these will load, I think, because I don't think the layers are in this Rahituber folder right now. Unless they're in the same folder still, and then maybe it'll... But anyway, full screen button here. I had some problems yesterday with toggling between full screen and closing full screen while I was using game capture in OBS. I don't know if that's going to be a big problem for other people or if it's just my stupid ass scuffed setup that does that, but I don't really often go into full screen anyway. It's actually, for me right now, it looks full screen on its own. So, our exit button's down here. Oh, there's a window presets button. I forgot what this does. Whoa. Rahi, I don't know what this means. So, we're not going to touch it. Rahituber has to... Oh yeah, Rahi said it's because Rahituber has to recreate the window to go full screen, not... So it's basically like it uses a little bit of resources to open it while you're streaming. In my case, I'm streaming and recording. And I have it set to record at pretty good quality. So that's probably just... my current setup being the way that it is and my computer being scuffed the way it is, you should probably be fine using that button. So now what we're going to do is we're going to start on our actual cringe chibi. We'll go back to the other file that I called cringe chibi XML. And we will get rid of this layer. We have the other one saved still, don't you worry. And, you know, I just realized that the chat box is in a really stupid spot for this. Oops. At least it's not, like, super intrusive, but I don't know where this should go. Maybe beside me? You have one that puts it at the perfect size for your streaming capture. It lets you save the window. So I wonder if that could have done what I wanted to do for capturing better quality. Beside me looks cool. Yeah, that's kind of cool, right? Like, you're over my shoulder. Okay, so here we go. We're adding our layers. I didn't talk that much about this yet, but these are pretty straightforward. Show or hide layer, duplicate layer, rename layer, delete layer. This is, there's like layer move it up and down buttons that you can use, but we now have like drag. You'll see when there's multiple layers, I'll show you, but that's all that is. So we're gonna go into our separated chibi folder. I don't think it super matters the order you've like first loaded in because you can rearrange them later. I'm gonna try to be smart though and think about what goes in the very back. The very back of my setup is gonna be, I think, hood back. So there we see a little hoodie piece. And we're going to turn off breathing for now. We're going to actually turn off bouncing for now as well. And probably to make it a smoother process as we go, we'll rename our layers. So I'll call this hood back. And so what you could do is you could duplicate layers and then set your sprite in there. I'm going to do that just so I have them all come in with no breathing and no bouncing. So what is it? Hood back and then hoodie, no, and then neck and collarbone will do. And then probably shorts. There's a hood bed. This is going to look so cursed as we're setting it up. This part will probably also be sped up. Oh, let me not leave it copy. Neck and collarbone. You do have to set the name yourself. It doesn't steal the name from the file or anything. Making sure that you name them in a smart way is important. Because if you're like me and you have a gajillion layers and you don't look at them for a long time, when you come back to it, if you have all of your layers named shit like I don't know and then it makes it a little confusing. Here's my shorts. I hope that duplicating it is going to be fine instead of just adding a new layer. It should. Let's do our legs in shorts. Whoops, actually. Here's a good example to show you rearranging them, but you see the the legs are on top of the shorts. We're just gonna click and drag underneath shorts, but above shorts back. That's where we want those. Copy this again. Let's add our shoes, actually. We probably could have just duplicated the legs. So let's do that just to show. Duplicate the legs and the duplicated layer will go right on top. So that's useful for depending on what you're trying to do. Shoes. Shoes. And what you could do, you could start setting your motion and hair and stuff as you load it in. But we're not doing that yet because I want to kind of go through it all at once to be able to explain it. But as you get like familiar and you start to do it yourself, you might want to do it that way. Do all of your settings first. Also, for all of these layers right now, we're ignoring the talk and blink sprites. We don't need them because our clothes are not changing when we talk. Hoodie. How did I do this? I think arm down is here. It's supposed to go behind the hoodie though. Boom. It looks a little bit, I want to fix where this shoulder is. The reason it looks a little bit weird is because the first drawing I did had the arm up, and I kind of just really quickly edited it this morning to do this arm down. Oops. See, I made a new layer, so it came in with breathing and bouncing. I guess another way around that is turning on these minimal layers, and I guess now I discovered why this is useful, because as you're loading things in the first time, you might want to do minimal layers. Duplicate would make sense once you start having your motion and settings and stuff, because you sometimes want to just putting a whole load of layers. Yeah, so I guess I will rescind what I said earlier about how I don't really use this. I see the benefit of using this when you're first loading everything for the first time. If you want to do all your motion together. Up. We'll load both arms in and leave them both visible for now. We'll see what we're doing with that later, because we'll do a very basic state setting. Hand down. And really, I did not need to separate the hands and arms. That's just something I did to... I forgot shorts is actually... Oh, sorry, no, arm down and hand down go below shorts. So I can see that it's... There we go. You saw right there that it was accidentally in front. So what was I saying? I got lost. Oh well, I forgot. Oh, I was saying we don't need these separate for sure. It could still be a cool effect even if they were like attached, the hands and the hoodie. But we might want to do some stuff with a little bit slightly different movement, like motion, because I think that sells the kind of like more realistic movement like really well. You don't want to go crazy adding a ton of movement on every single layer, because it might get a little like overstimulating to look at, but super subtle movements on everything. This is headless Kip, yeah. So no head. And then I think all of our head layers are gonna be... No, wait, we want to do hair back first. Oops, I didn't spell that right. Hair back goes first. It's hair back. Hair back is gonna go below our neck in collarbone, but above hood back. And you know, your layer order is gonna depend heavily on what your art looks like and what you were doing in the first step that we did yesterday. Where the fuck is my head? Oh, head and hair is its own thing. I forgot. Duh. And then these like folders that I have here, they were just the folders that we set in Clip Studio Paint. When I put them in Krita and used that export layers tool, it saved the information of it converted my like Clip Studio groups, my PSD groups, to folders in my folder structure, which is useful for organization. But you could also just dump all of your layers right into the Rahi folder, because as you can see, like by default, it goes right into... I lied, it goes into the most recent folder you were in. So I guess folders are useful for that reason. I get lost easily because I'm no face kip. We're really like just pulling apart my whole self. I drew a meme about that. I just didn't post it. I have the brain of a goldfish, so the folders sometimes do make sense for like if I'm editing any of these layers, redoing any of my drawings. What would come next? Probably we're actually going to do the rest of the hair back. I should have done these before the face because I believe they're going to be under the face. Pigtail R. Their head. You don't really have to adjust your layer order. You can load everything in and then adjust later. It's easy enough to scooch things around after. Phobia Phobe, hello! Oh my gosh, hello! Thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome, welcome Phobia, welcome Raiders. Sorry my stream got a little scuffed when that happened. Freakum's attack! Oh my god, wait! No, wait. No, wait. I'm scared. Not the Freakums. Welcome. Hello, Phobia. Oh my gosh. Thank you. We met yesterday, I think, right? You know, I gotta give you a follow because I don't think I realized at first that when you're in chat that you were also a streamer. We trained for this! Oh my god, they're gonna get me. They're so well trained. Thank you. Welcome. What were you playing? You were playing... Oh, you were playing Pokemon. Pokemon Scarlet Violet. I played a little teeny tiny bit of Scarlet, I think. But it wasn't my game. It was my ex's game that I bought for her. A pro gamer. You wanna yap about yourself? Give us a little promo. Right now. Tell us about yourself now. I noticed that you're a PNGtuber, a ghost PNGtuber, right? I peeped your blue sky after stream yesterday. Ringe demons attack, retaliate, and by retaliate, what I mean by that is follow. You're doing a Pokemon Scarlet run where you are only ever going to use Fuecoco, and they will not be evolving. What? If I Google what Fuecoco looks like, is it gonna make sense right after that? Oh wait, Fuecoco is so cute. Is that that's the starter, isn't it? The fire starter? Giving you some cringe power boost. Oh, my brother did that this morning too. Before I started, that's crazy, Rahi. Before I started streaming, my brother came in and like wiggled his hand at me and it was like, I'm giving you cringe power. And I was like, thank you. I needed it. Cringe power boost. I really love this emote. I think we were actually in stream together when you were working on this. So I was distracted and not fully watching the process, but it like I remember checking in and being like, whoa. Rahi is a very cool artist. So hello, Phobia. We're still working on this little thing. But we finally... Yo, you definitely don't overuse it. It's super good. What's cool about it, like there aren't too many emotes like that out there too. I'm an awesome PNGtuber. You're a phobiaphobe, says. They're an awesome PNGtuber. The Eldritch God of Fear in the form of a little worm ghost. Play a lot of variety games, but Pokemon is your main one that you're trying to do. You also want to branch off to some Snoopy content long term. Spoopy, not Snoopy. Oh my god, I got really excited about Snoopy. Oh my god. And hopefully reach your donut goal to get a live 2D model. I'm Silly Vibes in the background in several competitive esports. Oh wow, competitive esports. So you really are a pro gamer. So you're planning to do a 2D model, a live 2D model. How easy would it be to get, what can I do to convince you to try Rahituber first? Someone loves the peanuts. Like, I love a Snoopy. A Snoopy. A Snoopy. A Snoopy. There was a period of time where I would just go on a Snoopy retweeting frenzy and just go on the Snoopy account and retweet everything. They're kind of like more of a gimmick account now than they were before, which is kind of sad. Anyway, Phobia, we're so back with this model. We actually finished that art stuff that we were doing yesterday before you left. Now we're actually loading it into Rahi. For the first part of the stream, for a couple hours, we talked in depth about all of the settings, what they mean, and used a more simple model to show it off. We'll switch over there so I can show you. This is our very simple setup. With just our talking sprites and blink sprites and a little bass bounce. We're gonna turn it down to 50 actually, and probably no scale. There's a little bit of a breathe, a little bit of a floaty thing that's happening here. I actually lied. I want more bounce again. Wow. There we go. The Cringedevil was very bald. Yes. Yes, once again. How many times am I gonna accidentally make myself bald throughout this process? Bald devil. my dad is bald, so it's funny because I'm capturing the cursor to be able to do tutorial stuff. You can see where my main model is looking to because it's the same. It's kind of, you know, part of me is like, oh my god, immersion broken. It doesn't look like I'm really like animating myself, but it's kind of funny because it's like, whoa. Now I wish like my cursor looked like a, I don't know, like a butterfly or something. So it just looks like I'm getting really distracted by, oh my god, what is that? What is that? I think it's a mosquito. You get a wigless T-pose, Cringedevil. You know what? For you? Just for you? No. Maybe someday. I apologize for raiding and running, but you must cook dinner and watch your animals. Please enjoy your dinner. Thank you for the raid. It's so good to see you. Everybody do give Phobia a follow. Phobia found us on Blue Sky yesterday, so I'm extra excited because that meant that my promo did something. But please do. Wait, worm care? Wait, are your animals worms? I know you just raided and ran probably, so you didn't hear, but chat, remind me to ask Phobia if the animals they're referring to are worms, because I super duper want to know about that. Oh, we're bald again. We're bald and not moving. It's so cursed. Okay, so hey, we're still doing the back of the hair. I believe we have one more hair side L, which is what goes here. This was in the hair back folder because it is actually going to go behind our head too. All of our hair back. In fact, we could probably use this opportunity to make a folder. I don't know what to do for this because hair back is going to be, I don't know, pigtails and left back. I don't know. We'll maybe figure out a better naming convention for like this kind of thing, but we can actually put everything in this folder by dragging it up. Might be useful later if we decide that we're gonna do something cursed like go bald and we just want to toggle the whole folder. There's other reasons why I use folders that aren't gonna make much sense until we're really locked in working on some state stuff. folders are important for how my expressions work on this model, especially with my random mouth expressions. I had to use folders in order to get it to work, where if I turn on like this face, for example, it doesn't still toggle my eye contact. Yes, it does actually, because I still have to fix something. I redid one of my layers. So there's one iris layer that turns on still. We can fix that on stream actually, so I can show you what I'm talking about in case we don't have the same setup for this thing. We probably will, but it won't matter until we have expressions. Anyway, like you notice that like different mouth layers come on as I'm speaking. It at the very least works on this one where my mouth doesn't do that random toggle. And the only way I made that work was by doing some shit with folders, I think. Yeah, folders, baby. We could probably make more use of folders in here, but we'll figure that out after we load most of the layers in, because sometimes I think I wanted them separate. I don't know, maybe. Actually, let's try it. Let's make a folder called body and see if we can get away with just putting layers in here. We're gonna need to reorder them though. We can't nest layers is also a thing, which might be why I don't use a lot of folders in my thing. We just have to, I think, flip the order here by doing this. So like, for example, if I wanted arm down and hand down to be in a folder, is this correct? Did I do the thing? Hang on. Oh yeah, hoodie needs to be on top of shorts, arm up and hand up. There we go. Like arm up, hand up could be a folder, but we don't do nested folders, I don't think. And I feel like if we had that, that would get probably a little bit complicated. We'll see if this works like this for now. I mean, hair back doesn't really belong in there, but it has to be on top of hood back. So I think that's where I start to not want to use the folders anymore. Because then like later when I'm looking at this, I'm like, that doesn't toggle the body. That also affects the hair back. But if I left this out of the layer order, then it's not in front of the hoodie back anymore. I could take hoodie back out of there to solve that for now, but eventually then I'm doing that so many times that there's only a couple things in the body layer and I'm like, just depending on like, I don't know, like for example, say I wanted a toggle where I add like wings or something and I want the wings, actually in this case it would be fine because it would just go behind all of the layers probably. Whatever, there's other examples where using folders didn't work for what I wanted. However, if you can make it work, it probably will help you. We will for sure use folders for things like eyes and our different expressions and stuff. So we got the back of the hair in. Let's do this head and hair folder. We'll just start from, we'll do the ears, I think, next. Ear R. And we'll do... Uh-oh, where's ear L? Oh, left ear. See, I named them stupid in Clip Studio. But we'll try to be smart and follow the same... Kip encephalitis Cringedevil. Hey, did my parents want me to be bullied? Encephalitis... What is that? Inflammation of the active tissues of the brain caused by an infection or an autoimmune response. My brain is just so big. That's why they named me that. My brain is just really, really big. Too big, in fact. Swollen. Because I'm so smart and full of thoughts all the time. You strike me as someone with a brain infection. Box? Box? I know that's what I just said, but now I'm mad. Now I'm mad. Now we're gonna fight. Box, count your days. In fact, not even count your days. Count your hours. Not even your hours. Count your minutes. Count your seconds. Yeah. What are you gonna do about that? You can't dodge this. It's too quick. Because I fixed the sound effects, so now it's one more for good measure. Ooh, we're gonna. You what? No, you didn't. You're lying to me. Box is a liar. Listen, this one's we're gonna charge it up. Ooh, why I oughta, bah! Oh, bah! Why are my eyes like that? Oh, it's because it's combining the two expressions. Whoa. I'm serious. I'm serious. If you don't want more violence, say something nice right now. I just realized I did not finish my coffee. Hey, that might be why I'm so aggressive. Hang on. Very good for someone with a brain infection. Does that count? Does that count? I feel like I'm gonna let that count. Gonna let that count. Count your lucky stars. That I'm so nice. Anyway, thank you though. We're getting better slowly doing stuff like this. I'm not usually happy with like what my personal art looks like, but if I spend 9 hours streaming, editing a chibi, then I guess it comes out in a way that I like. You know what? Let's just load all of these in and then we'll mess with the layer order, because otherwise I'm going to overthink things. Left bang. And this is a good opportunity for you to see how I split layers. Again, if you weren't here yesterday for my yapping about it. This is all split this way. You don't necessarily have to split your layers the same way. In fact, like you probably won't, depending on what your art is or the art that you have available to you. This is just me cutting things for the movement I want to add. Hello, why is my face like this right now? I'm not being tsundere right now. Apparently we are. What is this called? We'll call this hair side R, I think. Yeah, we should be smart and do like capitals, because then I feel like I'll notice them better. When I have like a crazy setup with a bunch of layers, keeping similar like naming conventions, like ear R and ear L instead of ear R and left ear like I did in Clip Studio, is going to make my life easier, because when we're doing states later... Oh, hello. I have all of the states saved from my old model still, because I actually just, instead of making a new file first, I just removed all of the... So we'll have to remove all the states before we start again. But I guess it's a good example. You can look at in here. You'll kind of want to be able to find the... you don't see the folder structure in here. Oh, cool. I didn't know we could do this. You want to be able to quickly see, okay, these are where the pigtails are, LR. It just helps if you're doing it that way. Hair side L. I think I didn't follow my own example very well. I think what we'll do is probably just call this layer something like hair back, but this is going to be called hair base. I had situations where in my other model where like part of my collar, like I cut the collar here. You can't see it, and I can't like use the cursor in my model right now, but you can look at my collar and see what I'm talking about. This here is actually a separate layer from this down here, and then this layer is something separate as well. So then this was called like collar back or something, and then this was called collar super back in my setup, which is kind of dumb. Actually, I could just show you because I have this. Where is it? Collar super back. There, collar super back is there. You can kind of barely see it behind my head, but that's collar super back, and then collar back is something different. It's just what I needed for the movement that I was doing, I think. So, like, as I've gone on, I've kind of edited things and streamlined them a little bit. Like, I probably don't actually need this to be separate. I don't think. There's no reason. Except, I guess, what happens is I wanted this to be in front of the hair base. But even then, I think it would honestly look better without that. Because you can see the edge right here. Like, it doesn't really have a believable effect. It should probably end here if I was going to do that. But then it wouldn't even matter, because this wouldn't go behind. Whatever. That's something I would redo if I, or edit if I really wanted to work on my main model. Hello, I lost OBS. Okay, there we go. Anyway, yapping. We're going to go into... Hairside L Extra is also something I don't know if we really need. We can see what it looks like without. This was just kind of something I added to cover the eye mask that I had. We'll see what that looks like in a minute. But we'll load it in anyway, just to see. Hairside L Extra. Or maybe we'll do... Hair... Side Extra L, maybe? I don't know. Oh, okay, we just deleted the L, that's fine. Whatever. We didn't even need it. It's not true, we did. But this goes underneath left bang. Our eye layer is actually gonna go right in between Hairside Extra L and left bang, I believe. Our folder for eyes, I mean. We'll add our earring chain. And earring mochi is a separate layer so we can make these bouncy just like I do in this one. This earring pretty much, it looks exactly the same as, but I did that on purpose. I could have changed the accessory a little bit for this new outfit, but I kept it pretty much exactly the same so that I can use that as an example. I think that's useful to do. And so we did something different yesterday that I haven't done in my main model, and I don't know if it's going to work, but I separated the front part of the horn and the back. We'll see what that looks like in a second. Horn L. Horn R. And we probably should have done the back first, but that's okay. We'll just change it. Horn back R. Didn't capitalize this again. Horn back L. I wonder if we can do a folder for the horns on this model. I think we can. We'll see if I have to change that, but horns actually go like this. And they'll actually load in from bottom up, so that works. But we'll do this. Horn back L, horn L, horn back R, horn R, and then we'll play around with that later. Oh, I actually think the horn back is going to end up on... Yeah, the folder's not going to work because the back of the horns are actually going to go all the way back behind the hair. Yeah, I forgot that was the whole point. Horns, front. Then let's just add a folder for horns back, I guess, to be consistent. I feel like the way that I go about doing this and like some of the decisions I make are, they're a little bit like needlessly complicated sometimes. And I fear that like the whole point of what I'm doing this week is to spread Rahi propaganda. I want everybody to realize how cool this program is and how like it's very, very fun and very friendly to like figure out. However, I feel like the way that I talk about things, the way that I set things up for myself looks so scary and complicated. I'm scared that I'm gonna like actually scare people off because I'm like doing crazy things. But so much of what I'm doing is like not necessary. Hello, Genkuman? Is it Gen? I think Shock yelled at me and said that it was Gen instead of Jen last time I saw you on stream. Hello, Kitus. Hello. Tiny Raid. No, we love every size raid. No raid is tiny here. Especially because it's cool. It's cool to see you. I haven't spoken to you directly before. Hard G, yes. Heard. Gen. Genkumon, how are you? Let's do a little shouty outy. Thank you so much. What were we playing? Armored Core 6. Ah, you're from the Armored Core corner of things. Especially if it's from Shadow Legends. Huh? Oh, oh my god, Raid Shadow Legends mention. I tried to raid Nyx with 20, but he dropped offline just as I started the raid. Oh no, yeah, this is around his like normal ending time, isn't it? I have definitely seen you like around in Shock stream, maybe Domos, maybe I was gonna say Red Eye too, because we saw you during our collab with Red Eye, I think, right? Or I think I'm just making things up now. Anyway, welcome. I am Kip E Cringedevil. For raiders who haven't met me yet, I'm in the PFB stream team. I'm one of the co-founders of the unofficial stream team, along with Nyx, Helix, Red Eye, and Domo. People you might also be familiar with. I am an artist, 2D PNGtuber, and right now we're spending the week trying to very meticulously go through the art and setup of a new PNGtuber so that I can eventually turn it into tutorial videos and spread my propaganda about this program called Rahituber, which is a really, really cool PNGtuber tool. My personal favorite. Made by Rahisaurus, who is actually also in the PFB unofficial stream team. We'll do a little promote right there. Far more involved than my super simple setup. Well, here is let me pitch it to you this way. This is a complicated setup for sure, and the one that I have is very complicated. But if you wanted to keep it simple, you can also do only one layer and use it just like you would with with VOD. It's like a step up above like Fuji and VOD. Well, definitely a couple steps above Fuji, but a little. I like it still better than VOD. VOD is like a simple to look at like UI. Having all of these like advanced settings showing, I think, scares people. But doing the really basic setup was super easy. Definitely looks flexible. It absolutely is. Yeah, one of my favorite parts about it is the model only has to be as complicated as you want it. So like I go crazy with mine. You can see mine down here. And for teaching week, my chibi here with all these layers is going to be basically a scaled down version of what I have to be able to show how to do these physics and mouse tracking and stuff. Because this is not a VTuber model, it's a PNG. You can see because my cursor's showing right now, but I actually just follow a cursor. So I kind of emulate moving sometimes when I'm just chatting or whatever. I've learned to kind of just move my mouse around. Like pretend I'm, I'm using it like a puppet. Which is a super cool feature. I was using Rahituber even before there was mouse tracking though. You don't see it much on my current model, but you could see it on the other one that I did. You can bounce and have the bounce like transform increase with your volume, which is also something you get in like a VOD. By the way, I'm yapping about PNGtuber software and not even entirely sure if Gen is a tuber or a flesh tuber. But anyway, this is me also informing anybody who came along. You are a PNGtuber? Ah. Can I ask what you use right now? I have experimented with a few of them, but there's still some tools that I haven't tried that are also really cool. And we'll do our middle bang left. Yeah, so the most complicated part of my like layer setup is definitely the hair. But the hair is a big like selling point with the physics. Load the middle bang right. These really don't need to be separated, but I did for this one because I have them separated on my main model, and this is the same hair that I have. Stability. This makes me want to go clubbing, which is really funny because I don't do that. But this is like a powerful enough effect. Where's my right bang? I'm missing. Oh, I don't have a right bang. I forgot. We pulled it up. That's what that what the clippies do. Hair front. Hair clippies are going in. Hair clip blue. So instead of simple, I just use OBS audio move filter on. Yeah. Shock talks about that a lot. How like you really don't have to actually use any outside tools except for like the plugin, the move plugin. Because there's a lot of people out there who want to do something like PNG tubing or VTubing and or even like start streaming and they're like, but I don't want to use a camera, but like VTubing is too expensive and like all these tools are difficult. They don't realize how simple you can really get with it. OBS is crazy flexible. It is. I've been mad at OBS lately, but I think that the newest update might have scuffed some things for me. I also think that I just need to do a clean reinstall and redo my sources and look at my settings again. My issue is that like I have a pretty good system and I just recently replaced my CPU and my CPU fan, so I shouldn't have any problems, but I still have problems with like OBS kept crashing during get the fuck out sorry, GTFO earlier this week, and it doesn't make much sense for it to be doing that. But I used to have very little problems with OBS capturing, even when I had a worse like CPU. Granted, like that was before my CPU fan melted to that CPU, my old stock fan. That did happen eventually, but even then, like I still have more problems right now than I have in a long time, and I feel like it has to do with recent like OBS updates just maybe not being compatible with plugins I have. I don't really know. But I need to do a clean reinstall and test stream on like a really, really simple one and see if I can actually, like with basically nothing except for my VTuber at first, try to stream something like I mean, my biggest issue has been like Fortnite. I basically can't do Fortnite. I don't want these songs. This one's fine. What was this layer again? I think this is the right. Okay, my little... No, it's not. What is this? Oh, this is face lines. Whoops. I didn't put my ahoge. Face lines really doesn't have to be a separate layer. It just ended up that way while I was, Actually, wait, yes it does, because it's gonna need to go on top of my eyes. Layers. If I put it on the face, then some of my stuff with my eyes, we'll see later, would actually cover that. I think I forgot... Yeah, here. Yeah, a little tiny hair spike. This is a separate layer so that we can do a cute bounce on it. Hair ahoge. We're gonna continue naming it with hair first. And in fact, we should be probably naming these the same way the hairbang metal is named. Hairbang right, or hairbang middle right, because that's what this one is here. Hairbang middle right. Hairbang middle left, and then we'll probably actually name this hairbang middle center. Oh wait, we shouldn't be naming it. I'm trying to train myself to stay consistent with the naming. I keep talking about this, but it gets really difficult for me to figure out like months later when I'm looking at these what the hell the layers were and how to find them. Desperately need sleep. Please go get some sleep. Good night. Thank you for the raid again. Raid again? You did not miss anything except for me yapping to people who came in for raids, I think. I'm getting very eepy. I did not sleep enough. So I'm getting more of Delulu in my explanations about things. Let's see. What did we just do? We did these face lines. They were in face. We're not actually done head and hair because we need our eyes. Okay, so eyes are going to be important to set up. We're actually going to go into face and do these first, probably. Eyebrows default. Eventually, we'll do a folder for eyebrows because we'll have different eyebrow shapes that we can toggle on for states. So we'll call these eyebrows default. And actually, just to be organized, let's make an eyebrows folder now, because I think these are fine in a folder. And I'm gonna do a folder for hair bangs. I could just name them bangs, but honestly, it again, it's just gonna be easier for me. I might get mad later when I realize that that this is wrong. Actually, these need to go in front. When I realize that like it's a long name and I'll have to, like in states, for example, I still have to delete all these. I'd have to go. So maybe that's not the smartest naming convention. I mean, I can get away by doing this, but we'll talk about states later, by the way. Don't be scared by what that looks like right now. Trying to see if I need to do another folder here, maybe. We're gonna do... Actually, we're gonna move this down to be on top of hair side... Uh-oh, never mind. Where is this? Hair side R. This is what we'll do. We'll do hair... Call this hair middle bangs. And do hair sides. This makes sense now. Hair sides, and then we'll put all of these in here. I think sideburn is okay to be in here. I'm not 100% sure. Oop, 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 oop. Oops. I messed up the order, I think. Hair side R is there. Top is... Oh, top is not a side thing, so maybe we'll move this. There's probably better ways to name these so that, like, it makes sense. We'll do hair top and sides. I don't know what to call it, like hair middle layer or something like that. But then this is called hair middle bangs. Here, we'll do hair front. Then we don't have the other bangs in there. You could, maybe. Call this hair middle layer. Hair back layer. Although maybe naming it layer is going to make it confusing. Layers. Just kind of say like, it's the middle plane, I guess. And then this is the back plane for the hair. Besides this, which needs to be on the, which needs to be on the very bottom. We messed up one of these layers though. Hair top needs to be underneath almost everything. Can we get away with left bang being up here? No, because it needs to be below that left horn. It's a little bit annoying. Left bang is going to need to be behind the left horn, but the right bang is going to be in front of the right horn because of the way that we're angled. Which gets confusing for me as I go sometimes. Here, a hoge can actually go into there, I think. Let me think. I'll actually call this layer face. We'll do head. This down here. Put the ears and face in here. Just to keep it a little clean. Actually, ear R needs to be on top of face, but ear L needs to be below. There we go. We could probably put... we could probably put the earring in the head layer. The head folder. I might change my mind later. But Okay, look how organized this looks now. Face. Static, I guess. No, static isn't right, but like face details, we'll say. Face details. And face lines and nose can go in there. Sick. Again, we don't have anything to nest layers or let nest folders right now. So eyebrows is going to be outside because we wanted that in the folder. Okay, now we're moving on to we'll do a folder called mouth. We only have one mouth layer right now. But eventually we'll have others that we can switch between. You finish the food and now return. Oh, you're in an ad break though. In fact, I should probably actually take my break as well. Really quick. The last little bit. Whoops. I thought we were so back, but we were not. Hello. Right, I was just saying, I noticed that the song we listened to right before this, I think it looked like it was called Edie. Am I crazy? Was that you? Because I looked at my, like, OBS preview, and so the text was really small. Oh, awesome. So if you make music, do you make your own music for, like, your streams? Because that's really cool. You have, like, your own background music or, like, intro music. Orange! I am indeed normal. Thank you for the normal sticker, because that's so real and true. You do? That's so cool! I would love to be able to do that. Do a Cringedevil theme song. The song I have in my starting soon, I found it's free commercial use with credit. And it's really, really good, and it fits the vibes really well. So now I'm less inclined to like lock in and learn how to make like electronic music like I was before. I really wanted to eventually figure that out and make myself a theme song, but now I'm like, okay, I like this enough. A few tracks I use, and most of it's old stuff I haven't put on Spoofy yet. Oh, cool. It's cool to have the power to just do that. You have a whole bunch of from Toontank that are CC. I've never heard of Toontank. I recently pinged Vexlor in a reply to a link Shock shared that has like a huge playlist of tracks that are meant for like background music. Most of them, I think this site that they're on, the like default settings are, or default settings, this default like terms are like you can use them, you can use the tracks with credit as long as they are not the focus of your media. So if you're using them as like the background track to a video or a stream, like it's fine. If you were to be like sharing a video where you're like tracks to study to or something and all it is the music, I think then depending on the composer, some of them are I think okay with that, but like by default that doesn't count for the terms. But otherwise, like you're fine to use any of them. And I noticed in a lot of the comments on the tracks, I'd find people who were like sent here from blah 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 VTuber, like some of the hollows and the Niji Sanjis, but not an aggressive amount. So it still feels like, aha, I found a gem that maybe not everybody is using. Though I don't know, maybe all of the VTubers are using them. Anyway, very cool resource. However, Toontang I've never heard of. I don't remember what this layer was. Oh, this is our mouth. Okay, so we're starting to do our I don't know what to call the category. Our sprites that change. There's probably a better word I can use that for that, but we'll call this mouth default. And because we have this create minimal layer setting on, it didn't come with the talking, but we can easily turn that on by clicking swap when talking. We can ignore restart on swap because that only counts if we're doing animated sprites, which is we talked a little bit about sprite sheets earlier. So we're going to click our mouth default open, and then right away we are able to see that it talks whenever my audio reaches the talk threshold. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. And we went pretty in depth about audio settings earlier. I'm not going to touch those yet, unless I want to be a little bit finicky. And then we don't need blink, obviously, because this is just a mouth. We're going to drag this into the mouth folder that we just made. I'm going to make an eyes eye contact folder. They're going to be two different eye folders. We'll explain why. They're basically going to be duplicates of each other, but in the eye contact folder, the irises will have different tracking settings than in the eye tracking folder. This is how I have mine work. This is how I can still hold eye contact with you even when I'm moving. I can toggle this random eye contact. I mean, right now I have a button for it too, so I can awkwardly go like this. It doesn't work on these ones. I think I have to use, if I use something like this, for example. But even when I'm holding eye contact, whenever I move around, the irises still stay on you, which is a really cool effect that I figured out by fucking around, basically. That we're going to try to recreate on this thing, because I think that's super cool. It's not something that is like built in. It just requires finding the right numbers. Well, we'll go through all of that shortly, though. Because we probably will do just a teensy bit, a little sneak peek of our mouse tracking today for the eyes, because I want to. That's fun for me. Let's actually add the sprite first, because I already forget which layer this is going to be. We're going to go up into, where did I put it? Add in here. Eyes default. The first one we're going to add is eye white. And we'll go eyes white. We're gonna maybe do eye white's contact. I don't know, eye contact white, because what's gonna happen is we're gonna have duplicates of these layers, so I'm gonna name them something different so that us and the program both. Is Spotify really bad? I think lately Bane was in here talking about this yesterday. The application audio capture gets really bad sometimes in this newer OBS version. I think what Domo says he does to fix it is to just reset the source. So we'll see if we can do that. I don't want the silence. We could maybe bring up Spirit City and use that as the background. But it does take like 15%, see me? I don't know. And my computer gets mad at me. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Does that sound any better? But to answer your question, it's probably not just you. It's not me. I don't hear it that way. But it is a problem that we've been having and that a couple of people have had with Spotify. I think the newest update to OBS broke or made the game capture and like application audio capture. I think they're both beta, aren't they? No, I think maybe just the audio is. But it looks like we can fix it just by resetting it. Okay, and then we're adding, I think, Eyes Mask next. So this is kind of a weird layer. And we talked about why we're doing this and showed it off yesterday. We'll say Eye Contact Mask. The reason I'm like making sure that they have different names is not just so like I stay organized. It's also because I did notice that I ended up having some weird problems if I had layers with the same name. And I could duplicate and just have it say copy, but that gets messy and ugly, so. Lashes next, I think. Eye contact lashes. And we did separate our irises, which is going to be fun. It's going to look real scuffed when we're moving these around. Eye contact iris R. Wait, but how is blinking gonna work with this? I forget. There's a specific thing I did to make this work, blinking on when I have a bunch of different separated eye layers. Because it's UI, yeah, I think that was that funny little red box that I was getting sometimes, was because I had layers that were all named layer or something like that. The solution to that is to just not make sure you don't have... Oops, I forgot iris. Oh. Alright, so together we're gonna figure out how to do the blinking on this, because I don't remember. I think what we need to do... So for the first time, we're going to talk about motion inherit, because I think that's what it is. We're going to toggle blinking on for this. And when we blink, we're going to set this to do eyes closed. Okay, but you'll see the blink works, but all of my other eye layers are staying. It's only eye whites that toggles on and off. What happens then is we go into the other layers. Motion inherit. We're going to inherit the motion from eye contact white. So then the whites becomes our parent for the eyeballs. And there's a setting right here. This toggle, hide with parent. We'll talk about what these are in a little bit. Hide with parent will make it so that I believe... I might be lying to you, actually. Does the mask disappear when it blinks? I think so. I think this is how we did it. I might be wrong. We're going to try it. Does the iris disappear when we blink? No, it doesn't. Okay, that's not how I did it then. Or, no. Did I do the blink layer on each one? Maybe that's what I did. I might have done the blink sprite for each. Can't remember. We'll find out as we go. If I run into problems with the... Hello? Oh, mask doesn't disappear. Mask stays. Mask doesn't have a blinking. Think. Hide with parent. If you hide the motion layer, then the iris will disappear, or whatever it was you had as a child. Yeah, I think what I was trying to figure out was if the blink counts as being hidden. It doesn't though, because the iris R is following the whites right now. And it's not disappearing on the blink, so I think, I mean, really, this is easy. I could just look at what mine looks like. I don't know how well you can see the text on this, but if I go look at eyes contact, my eye whites has, oh, interesting. I actually don't have a blink on here. So maybe it's that I put blink on the lashes. Oh, okay, that's what I did. So we're not doing it this way. The blink for my eye contact in tracking on this one actually has the, you can barely see it, but the eyelids are colored in, so it actually just covers the rest of the eye. That's kind of like a scuffed way to do it, I feel. Iris R doesn't have a blink texture, so it wouldn't be. Yeah, you're right. But will it follow the blink settings of the other one? Because I wonder if it'll work if I didn't do it this way for my other one, but if we just set the same blink sprite on all of them? Or are they going to blink separately? Which would be kind of a funny effect, but I don't really want that. It should hide the hold layer if the parent is made invisible. It will. Oh god, we didn't finish that. But whites. This mask needs to not be hide with parent because we want it to stay. There's no way to sync those up yet. Ah, dang. Okay. There are definitely other solutions for this, but yeah, they are blinking all separately right now. The best way is to have the eyelids colored in. Okay, so that is something I neglected to remember when drawing. We could do a really this is a really funny effect though. Let's turn off the blinking for now. Hide all of these. It'll be the lashes that do blink though. So we will turn off blinking there. And add our blink here. It's gonna look scuffed for a little bit, but I'm gonna go into Clip Studio really quickly and make a where you could have a state that hides all the eye layers at once on a schedule. That could be the solution for now, is toggle your own blink here, and then have like eyes closed as a separate layer. That might be a smarter way. And shows the lashes. Okay, let's try it that way. Just to see. So, as eye contact, we're actually going to throw our eyes closed layer in there. Let's see what this looks like. Oops. Eyes closed default. We'll put this in there. And have it hidden by default. We're going to turn off the blinking setting. We already did. I still have to delete all of these because I did not delete these when I deleted all the layers from making a new file. Hehe, let's just go. Goodbye. Oh, hey, I just noticed this. Right? Is that what you added when you said about QOL things? Localhost. Oh, that's cool. I didn't notice that until right now. Okay. It scares me to do this, but I know that this still exists in my main. Blah, 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 blah. This is how crazy my states got in my main. Okay, and then so we're gonna make our own blink. I like this too. It makes it a little bit more like I mean, I think they have the same settings that you can customize in the blink settings. But we can control it like this. So if you are setting up your eyes in separate layers like I am for eye tracking, this might be the play. The easiest way to do it if you don't want to fill in your lashes layer and do like a... I could also like copy this eye contact mask and do a second one that just lives underneath. No, because that wouldn't work because yeah. Anyway, ignore that. We'll figure it out, because like coloring it in lashes and just merging it into that. Or sorry, coloring in the eyelid underneath the lashes would be another solution, but then you'd have to make sure that it covers the whole eye in a really specific way. Depending on how your brain works and what you're doing, that might be easier to understand, but we're going to be doing states for other stuff anyway, so we might as well. So we'll call this, yeah, this is called blink. Oh, and you added the number. That's cool. So you want to have that on? Yeah, we'll do a schedule. This is kind of like what I do with the mouth in the eye contact. So this is without changing any of the settings. This is what it looks like. We'll talk about what these mean really quickly. So this is what you would click to do a hotkey if you're doing a hotkey. We aren't doing a hotkey unless we want to be able to toggle closing our eyes for whatever reason. Active type toggle. I lied. We're gonna keep the mask on. That's what the mask is. Just you can show, hide, and leave the layers alone. When you set up these states, is that what my eyes closed look like? Oh, it's because it's on top of the... Anyway, we'll definitely go more in depth about what all of these settings are. Probably on Friday is what I'm planning to. But just for this, we'll do a schedule. It's already on a little bit of a schedule, but we're gonna make it... I actually think the 2 is probably okay. Maybe a little bit longer. Say interval of about 5 seconds. If we don't do any variation, that means it will blink for 5 seconds every 5 seconds. Was it actually blinking for 5 seconds? We'll turn this down really small, like, I don't know. Let's see. How quickly do they blink? Yeah, that looks okay. Maybe even shorter. What does 2 look like? That's good. Right now it's blinking every 5 seconds, but if we turn up this variation, it adds a random variation to the interval. This sets the maximum variation. So we could make it super varied by saying, like, it could be, it could be 30 seconds. It could be 5 seconds, blah, blah, blah. I don't know where exactly we want to put this. Let's say we can add or subtract, because it'll subtract too, right? Like if I set this to a variation of 2 seconds, that means we could blink after 3 seconds too. Does it make the range between 3 and 7, or is it 5 to 7? Hello, Moogie. Thank you for checking in. I'm gonna maybe turn up the variation and make the... I don't know. Do I want a smaller interval and higher variation? Maybe that makes sense, because then we can sometimes blink really quickly, which is gonna... With a really quick in-between, which would maybe be funny. It'll be 2 seconds either side. Okay, so that's what that would mean. If I did 5 seconds, just for example's sake, 5-second interval with 0 variation, that would mean we blink every 5 seconds for exactly 0.2 seconds. If we add 3 seconds of variation, what that means... Oops, maybe... if we do 2 seconds variation, that means we could blink after 3 seconds, we could blink after 4 seconds, 5, all the way up to 7. If we went to 30, then it could be a really long time before we blink next. Or maybe a really short time. I assume the minimum is like 0. But I think what we'll do is we'll make it a short interval and then a higher random. Because then it's a lot more random looking. The minimum is 0. Yeah. So here we did our own like manual blinking to control which layers are showing. I think that's the cleanest way to do this. I like the way that I set up mine, but having the eyelids completely filled in, and it made sense because of the way I shaded it too, having the eyelids be a whole drawing. Oh god, wait, maybe that's too... Did you see what just happened? Maybe that's too short. We'll set the minimum. I see the issue now. Let's not get too crazy, okay? Maybe we want this a higher interval and high variation. Huh? How about that? Let's say interval 16 variation I don't know, or 14, whatever. We're gonna just play with this a little bit. So now it can go from 4 seconds to really long. The variation is so much that you essentially have minus 30 seconds of randomness where it would become 0. Oh. So we don't want the variation to be higher than the interval. It's like 50% chance. Yeah, that's crazy. So you want the variation to be lower than your interval then, is what I'm reading that as. Because this way, for example, it could go from 4 seconds to whatever 16 plus 12 is. I don't want to do math. 28. That's a really long time though. Why don't we just keep these like, I don't know. How about this? Variation is higher than the interval, then it has a chance of generating a negative. Yeah, in this case, we're hanging around 3. Variation about 1. We could maybe turn it up to like 2, so that there's a chance that there's only a 1 second in between for blinking. I think like having a bit of a fast blink is sometimes like a realistic effect. I still think this is a little fast though, so maybe we'll turn it up a little. It'll be the same kind of deal, but more likely to be longer. Make them both the same number, then you can still have a gap of 0, but it's an equal chance as everything else. Oh. Okay. Maybe that makes sense then. We'll turn it, maybe we'll do it slightly less, so it's not just 0. If it was 0, then that would just mean it's an extra long blink, right? So maybe that's fine then. We'll just make it both 4.2 and see what that looks like. We'll watch it as we work on other stuff to see if we like that. And now we need to, and then we're fine with this now. We can close that. That's our little blinky blink. We'll keep it enabled. I like it. So we want this to be below our hair front. Uh-oh. Hey, I can't drag the folder. Ah! It's okay, we can move it down like this. If you ever have that problem, for a reason, you can just use these instead. When you have a gajillion layers like I do, the arrows feel tedious, so it's better to drag, but I do sometimes run into that problem where I can't drag. And then, you know, I made this folder, but I wonder if it's smarter to just duplicate this. I already named... No, I didn't actually load the tracking ones yet. It's... I'm a little nervous because I feel like duplicating folders gave me problems before, but we should have fixed it. So this is a chance to try it. Eyes, eye tracking. And we'll just rename all of these. Eyes close default. We'll say, yeah, we'll keep this as copy. We might not actually need these to be in each folder. I just did that just in case for later. But it might make sense to pull them out and have that be a separate. That only really matter when we're really switching a lot of expressions and doing stuff like that, but we're not doing that yet. Eye tracking lashes, I think what that was. Eye tracking iris L. Eye tracking whites. So now we have both contact folder. Hey, we still didn't actually put this in the right spot. Hang on. Oop. Needs to be below the hair front. We have an eye contact. Hello. Wait. Oh, you're in middle layers. Is this gonna... Yeah, I think that's fine actually. These need to be below both the hair front and hair middle folders. We have eye tracking, eye contact, and we're gonna do just the tiniest bit of hey, what was that? Hey, What was that about, actually? Hang on, that's the blink toggle. Am I stupid? Oh, is it because... Well, these are showing, so I mean... Here. Put this back on. It was toggling something in the eye tracking folder, but it should not be, I don't think. Let's see. Blink is now down here. Is it because of the... I don't know, that was weird. Hold on. Because even when eye contact is hiding, when this toggles, it's hiding something. It's hiding the irises? Oh, I know why. So that's because we still have, because we duplicated this, we have parent layers from when we were messing around with that before. I forgot to get rid of my parent layers when I was redoing these. Because by default they have this hide with parent. Yeah, that's what it was. I'm sleepy, so it took me a second. So there's our eye tracking, and we need to make the blink affect this layer, this folder too. So we're gonna go back into our states and do the same thing where we hide the whites, we hide we hide the iris R and iris L in the lashes, and we will show our eyes closed default. Same blink settings, same state. Should affect both of them. That should be okay. Now what I'm going to do is move the mask on top of the irises because that's where it's supposed to be. We'll do the same thing here. And here's what we're going to do. For now, I don't think we need to set motion inherit. We can just do our very basic eye tracking settings. So we turned on mouse tracking there. We have to make sure we turn it on here. Wow, this is something. This is, I mean, the settings are already pretty good for what we want to do with just the default. And then for something like eye movement, you might want to turn on this elliptical setting. Because what this does is it limits the movement to an ellipse. So you can see the slight difference. You can see my cursor. If I move all the way to the left, all the way to the bottom left, to the bottom right, to the top right, that just follows this like square. If you turn on elliptical, it like forces it to kind of follow this like circle. So even though my mouse is still hitting the bottom corners, you can see the iris has a more realistic circular movement. I saw somebody in the HIO asked for that for eye tracking specifically, or eye movement. That kind of looks good. I mean, besides the fact we're only moving one. So we can actually leave that the way it is. And I don't have to go super in depth about what these are. This already looks good. So the way that this is working, this is why we have this mask that I drew. Without this mask layer, as weird as the mask layer looks, I'll pull it out so you can see if you didn't see yesterday. It looks like this. The reason that exists is to cover up the irises so that I can move it around. Without this, the iris, stays the same shape. I don't have any kind of... There's no live 2D warping, clipping mask, blah, blah, blah. So it's just a mask that goes on top. I mean, I haven't messed around with the blending modes yet. I don't know exactly how these work. They could potentially do something clipping related. I'm not exactly sure yet. That's something we'll need Rahi's input in if we want to talk about what these are. My recommendation is just kind of like click them and see what they do. Oh, this is Iris L. I forgot. This is making some cool effects that I don't quite know how to use. I understand multiply and lighten and erase for the most part. Whoa, erase looks cool. Do you like the blending modes in our software? Yeah, I guess my brain doesn't understand erase, overwrite, and subtract. But that's like, if you ever do Illustrator, like vector art and stuff, you get into those for like shapes, I think, if I understand correctly. Interesting that there's like a... Oh, cool. You know what? This was by accident because I left this on multiply, but doing that, you can see there's shading on the left iris now because of it's multiply, so it's listening to the eye whites shading, for lack of a better term. Yeah, wait, that's cool. We're gonna do that. That might not work with how you draw yours, but it's gonna work for ours, so I'm gonna sure as hell do it. It's kind of like the opposite of what you would normally, like, I feel like normally you would add shading to the lashes and have the shading be slightly transparent, but I forgot to do it that way. This actually works. Okay, so that's cool. And then actually, because the default settings look good, theoretically, we turn on our tracking mouse on the left, and it should kind of behave the way that we want. We want to turn on that elliptical so that it matches. If you're separating your irises like I did here, you probably want to have pretty much the same settings on both. I think I messed around on mine to like... Actually, no, because my eyes are actually on the same... My irises are on the same layer, I think. But you can slightly adjust the like movement limits if you need to. But I think this looks good for what we want. Whoa. It's creepy when the rest of me isn't moving. That's cool. Okay. And then actually, now that we have mouse tracking on, the motion inherit becomes available to us. This is where you see this at this angle. It looks a little bit freaky. Did I turn on elliptical for the left? I did. Yeah. So it requires some playing around. The way that I drew it might also be affecting this. I think maybe. If I, how did I do this? The left one, I could scooch it to the left with a transform too, but I wonder if maybe like changing the neutral, not the neutral position, the distance factor would, because what I'm thinking is that it doesn't go far enough left compared to the other one. It goes a little bit too far right, but I like where it is in the neutral position without mouse tracking, I think. With my model, there ended up being a lot of finicking with stuff like this, where I, would do like -3, -5, -10 to see if it looks the right way in the neutral position, and then, oh my god, hello, Cringedevil. Or maybe I want it to actually be a little bit more to the right, in which case, we're gonna have to adjust our mouse tracking a little bit for that left. I don't know. It's also because of the way I drew this mask, I think. But the way that the head is angled might also be affecting this. If we were looking straight on, this might look normal. I don't know. What did I do with this? I do think my eye contact layer might be separate irises or something. Maximum mouse distance from the neutral position. If I turn this up, maybe? Let's try 1,000. I feel like actually that does the opposite, because we can go too far right now. Just to see, let's make it really extreme. Whoa. Oh, actually that makes it closer to the... Okay. Oh, so I'd want it to be negative, right? What happens if I make it like -2,000? Where do we go? Whoa. Whoa. We have broken them. So it's like can't live in the middle. Nope. I think doing this a lot was what confused me about what that is, because I haven't quite figured it out. Maybe, is it neutral position I would want to change? Not really. Maybe? Being a little bit picky. I just want this to look a little bit more like it matches at that angle. This angle's fine, that angle's fine, that angle's fine. Then here it gets a little bit weird. I turn this way up again. What does that do? Not much. Wait, is 960? 960 is the X, right? I mean, I haven't changed this yet. What does that do? Oh, yeah, now we're way up there. What about turning this down? Nah. Nah. We would want it to go up. But I still... Oh my lord. Interesting. Neutral position might help. Yeah, I don't know about that. All I wanted was to like... Oh, maybe. I moved the initial position a little bit more left and then change the neutral position. Does that make any sense? Not really. Oh, I already changed this. Oh, wait, I moved it up. Is this right or left? No, I wanted to move the other way. Hi, Kitus. This is cursed. Hello, I'm looking at you now. Okay. I mean, it's kind of scuffed looking. Now it's too far left, I think. So then theoretically, let's do something like that. Theoretically, I don't know. A little bit too high up too, but that is actually probably just... Oh, man. We start to look weird when I'm not at the extremes. Boop, boop, boop. The likelihood that that's really gonna matter is pretty low. But yeah, when you're setting yours up, so it takes a lot of messing around with the settings, maybe going into your layer and adjusting if you feel like I am, like the mask is covering a little too much compared to the left side of that eye. For the most part, I think this looks good though. I can get mad and roll my eyes. I can look down. And this will be the part that probably like moves the most on its own. And like I said before, we did unlock motion inherit when we added this mouse tracking. However, with irises, you probably aren't doing much. Actually, I don't know about how these would work. One of them started doing stuff, didn't it? Maybe it's only rotation that works. I know I have had... Maybe I lied. Maybe we don't get much motion until there's a parent anyway. I don't know. Let's play with it. What happens if you place it between my nose? Place what between my nose? My mouse? That's what I look like. Wait, I don't know what you're asking me. Okay, I lied about this motion inherent thing. We'd have to actually be inheriting motion in order to add that stuff. Still unsure. I actually think that with my irises, I turned off elliptical. Oh, yeah, no, we want elliptical. We want elliptical. Something would do a cross-eye. Oh, that's funny. We could probably have, if we wanted to make a funny cross-eye version for like a derp version or something, all that I would need to do is set the values to be like different on the irises. We're already kind of getting... Whoa. This is kind of like fisheye. Head empty. Yeah, I think this just requires like editing the actual iris layers itself to look like the way that I want them to. I still like the default position though, so I don't want to mess around too much, but that's one of the things that I yapped about yesterday while drawing and editing layers. It's like sometimes you don't really know what it ends up looking like until you're in the program and you're actually trying to move it, and then you have to adjust accordingly. I did a lot of that with my first attempt at eye tracking and eye contact. So then here's what we're going to do with eye contact. We're going to leave it alone because Hello, wait. Because it's not going to matter until the rest of the head is moving anyway. But what we would do with that is we would also put mouse tracking on my irises, but we are going to actually make them negative values for the eye track and the mouse tracking. It'll be the negative version of whatever my head is moving. So just to kind of show you, this is going to look crazy, but I'll do a really basic, oh god, I'm mewing. Hey, what's up? Chad Devil. This is insane. Okay, wait. You see, like, by default, the like mouse tracking settings are all the same values. So my head is moving the same amount, the face. What I would probably do in my case is like sometimes I just go with 5 and 5 to see what that looks like. Just a really slight movement here. For now, maybe we'll turn it up so we can actually like, this won't be what it looks like eventually, or maybe, I don't know, maybe we'll move this much, but turn it up to 10 to see. This is so cursed. Right now, our whole head is gonna move like just like mine does with when the eyes are tracking, and then when we go into our eye contact, where our face was moving 10 and 10, so our irises are gonna move -10 and -10, I think. We might need to adjust that. Oh, actually, I think this has to be a child layer for that to like work though. Or no, I just haven't toggled my eye contact. Whoop. Okay, you can see with that right one, it's not quite staying in place, so we're actually going to adjust that number. I always just start with the negative version of whatever whatever layer is moving the most. So we'll do the same with iris left. I don't know if we need elliptical on, but I'm going to turn them on anyway. See what that looks like. Now you kind of see it's moving opposite to, have I used VNyan or VC Face for motion? I have played around with VTube Studio before. I was doing something kind of funny with my last PNGtuber where I actually had it tracking my face, but what it would do is it would just toggle my PNGs. It wouldn't animate in between. It would like look kind of like this, but when my mouth opened, it would just go from like closed to open in one frame to kind of like a PNGtuber does. This definitely looks scuffed, but you kind of get the idea as you start to figure out what your settings actually are. You'll adjust these numbers until you get like what my character is doing. The illusion, it is actually moving, but the illusion is that they stay still. And that's really fun to do. It just requires testing and changing your numbers slightly. I don't know. If I made this -5 and -5 instead, maybe. What was this? Was this left or right? I was right. I also wonder if maybe it's smarter to have the irises, one of them inherit the motion from the other one. Oops. Oops. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no. My son, he's sick. You got games on your phone. Did the wrong one. This is why it's important to... Sorry, that was cursed. Okay, interesting. So even if we turned off the tracking on this left one now, we're inheriting... This might actually be how I fixed the problem that I had before, because now we're inheriting the motion of the right. So the right iris is where I set the tracking. So they should just move the same amount. That might be a little bit easier. I think what happens then, I'm going to do it again in tracking. I'm going to do the same thing. We'll make left follow right. Okay. So, oh, it's because it's adding its own. So what happens here, I think, If I remember right, let's turn off the mouse tracking on the face because that's so cursed. Not that this isn't cursed. I think what can happen here is I turned off mouse tracking, so it's following the motion of the right, the iris right. So if I added mouse tracking, then it adds that amount of tracking to it. So it can kind of have the base motion tracking that's happening to the eyes and then its own value. So I can slightly make it move slightly more on the x-axis while I set the y-axis to 0. And then we actually do get a little bit more movement on the left, kind of like I was talking about. The only problem is then it moves too much to the right as well, I think. Maybe... that does look better a little bit. Probably can turn this down though. And then to the far right, it's definitely moving a little bit too much, but I actually think that maybe now distance factor can change that. I don't know. Would I make this smaller? What happens if I do 500? That didn't really do much, I don't think. I don't know. What if I make it really small? What does really small do? Also nothing. Interesting. Okay. Was it negative that I wanted to do? Am I crazy? Is it just gonna ignore that? Or am I missing what that's actually doing? Boop, boop, boop. What about really high? Is it only matters if you change the neutral position, maybe? If I just move this 100 pixels to the right, or 100 pixels more. Interesting. I'm trying to figure out. This is different. Is not. Okay, this still kind of looks the way that I want it to. This position is really funny though. Maybe the answer is actually moving the right iris. I thought the left iris was a problem, but looks a little bit better. A little bit less fisheye. But does it look weird when we do that? A little bit. It's still okay though, I think. I'm rotating my head around because that's what I do when I'm really locked in on these things. Okay, so now we have the basics of our eye tracking that we can turn on here. The very first bit of mouse tracking that we're doing. A couple other things we're going to do for this setup today before I go. It is 6 o'clock, so we'll actually end soon like I'm supposed to. I changed my mind. We're actually letting this, getting rid of this. Right now we're kind of back to the fisheye. A little bit. But I like that better. Whatever, it's still cute. Also, our face is going to be moving. The rest of us is going to be moving, so it'll be distracting. Yeah. There's not going to be many cases where the only thing moving is eyes, because that's creepy. It'd be kind of funny for some kind of a meme toggle, though. I don't know how I would do that unless I'd made copies of everything. So what we're going to do right now is we will do the arms to no longer have 3 arms. We'll go into body. We have arm up, hand up, arm down, hand down. And so the way that we're going to do this is we're going to have it so that the arm up only shows when we're talking. Which I believe, I might be wrong, but I think Rahi has a similar tutorial for something like this when you were setting up one of your ED models. I remember seeing this arm come up, and I don't remember if it was a a random or only while talking. But this is to show the while talking setting anyway. Arm up. We'll call that arm up. And what's going to happen is it's going to be a toggle. We didn't really talk about while held and permanent. Permanent, I don't ever use for anything. I don't know what the use case is for a permanent. While held does make sense, especially if you're using like controller. Oh, there we go. It's permanent. The effects of this state will be permanently applied when the hotkey is pressed. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure when I would use that. I don't personally use permanent. I also haven't used while held, but I can definitely see how that would be useful. For example, like what I really should do is have my hand like this be a while held instead of a toggle. So it's only up when I'm holding my hotkey for it. In this case, though, we can just leave it on toggle because we're actually not setting a hotkey. It's just going to be a overridden by this. We'll do while talking, and we can actually set it to be on a schedule, which means it can randomly show up. Threshold. I don't remember what threshold is. Let me see. Usually there's these handy dandy tooltips that Rahi left us, but I don't see it. What we'll do here is we'll go into all the way down to where our arm up and hand up is. We'll do show and we'll do hide on arm down. So you can see it's already doing that random toggle thing, but we did it a little bit backwards because our arm up and hand up need to be hidden when that's not toggled. So there we go. This is without so you can see this will highlight when the toggle goes on. So we'll see, there we go. Yeah, arm up comes up, and then because it's hidden by default, as soon as the toggle's over, we go back to the original settings. Yeah, it's just super easy. We just do show for arm up and hand up and hide for arm down and hand down. And we'll make it so that it only triggers while we're talking. So the arm up won't come up randomly while we're idle. And then I don't remember threshold. We're gonna leave that alone for now, but we can do a shorter time or maybe a longer timeout. We'll keep our arm up longer. In the schedule, we'll set a little bit of a random variation. And actually, I feel like 10 seconds is probably good enough. Around 10 seconds. Interval, I think this is fine. Maybe we'll make it longer though. Hello, Sky. How are you? We're almost done for today on the very basic setup. Well, the intermediate setup, because we did our basic setup already. The most basic we can do. And now we're just going through some of the simpler stuff we want to do. Although the eye tracking is easily on the more complicated side of things. However, it's something I consider important for my thing. So we'll even on the day that we're doing a bunch of mouse tracking stuff, we'll go over what we did with the eyes again. I do think. Oh, interesting. Oh, because of the long timeout, it'll still wait for the timeout to be over even when we're done talking, which is okay. But let's make it like 5 seconds again. We'll do a higher interval and a lower variation. So it takes a little bit longer. Oh, hello for the hello for the follow. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Hello, Kiwi. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, ow. I didn't even like process. I also have that sound effect for my check-in sometimes. I'm very sleepy. We're on day 2 of my like PNGtuber setup tutorial week thing. I didn't realize my big ass head is covering a lot of these settings. Thank you for checking in. You got the clown sound today. We're on day 2, and yesterday I did 9 hours and didn't really sleep enough after. I saw it and I just did not process, but I appreciate it so much. Thank you. You are a clown. Real. So again, doing these like random toggles like the blink in my arm up. It really requires you just kind of trying out different combinations of timeout, interval, variation. And again, why buy a mattress anywhere else? I need to add more Canadian jingles. So the timeout, you can also turn this off when you're just doing a toggle. In this case, we have a schedule, so we can't turn off the timeout. Schedule just means if we have 0 variation and we have an interval of 11 seconds, it means this state will activate every 11 seconds and it'll stay for 5 seconds. With the variation, what that means is it won't necessarily be 11 seconds every time. It could be -5, so it could be 6 seconds, or it could be 16 seconds. Anywhere in between there, it could toggle and stay for 5 seconds. That's bad. I don't recognize this. I don't recognize this, but I think this came from my liked songs, so that's really funny. I must have heard it before. I think the interval of 11 seconds, and then 5 is okay. I think if we have a higher interval and like less variation, it'll well, like the lowest amount of time it could be is 6 seconds. I'm just trying to think. I'm watching it to see how I feel about it, because we might want it to be a longer. But yeah, I don't know, because I want it to only trigger while we're talking, and then I want it to turn off when we're no longer talking. I don't know if that's a thing though. Is this what threshold does actually? What if we turn this down to 0? Wow. I don't know what threshold does. Rahi, if you can hear me, Rahi. Fellow Canadian, you're Canadian too, Kiwi? What about this? What is threshold 100%? Hello, Melly. How's it going? What is threshold 100? I don't know. We'll figure out. We'll ask Rahi what threshold is next time we're doing these states. Threshold is the speaking threshold. Hey, oh cool. Okay, that it needs to exceed in order to activate. Oh, so that means this could be like a scream. Can't be seen without my glasses. I'm gonna drink more water too. Thank you. I'm about to like fall asleep. We gotta wrap it up soon. But this means like if I set it really high, it would only trigger if I'm like yelling. My googly eyes are a little broken right now, so I'll add it myself. Okay. So 400 is the default for talking, and I think that's where my thing is. What I was wondering about was, do you think there's a way I like the 5-second timeout for the arm to come up while I'm talking sometimes. You say the interval might be too high. There we go. And I like it staying for 5 seconds, but it still stays even when I'm not talking. I was wondering if there's a way you know of to make it so that the arm goes down when I'm done. I have an arm gesture that only triggers if I'm speaking randomly. That's what I'm doing here. I was kind of inspired by your idea. Would it just be like do a separate state for arm down, and it comes up when idle? Would it overwrite that? It's super duper not a big deal at all. But I was just thinking about it as I did it. What if I do when idle and then no timeout? Another state would do it. So let's test it. We'll test it. We'll make the interval really small so that this happens more often. No, it doesn't listen. It seems like this will toggle. Wait, but this isn't actually coming on. Can trigger while idle, so it's not for sure triggering. Do I need to do like, how would this work? Because this is basically saying without any of settings or anything, it's being like, yeah, I'm not listening to you. Oh no, it is actually. But why are we still on? Can trigger while idle, but we're not idle. I'm talking. The schedule to like 01. Oh, okay. Wow. Wah. But it like, oh, because it's, oh, now there's a timeout though. Oh, but then it would time itself out and then, wah. No, it's still doing the thing. Oh well, whatever. Make sure the threshold is just below the first one. Oh. So the threshold still matters even for the while idle? Make them both permanent. Oh, that's what permanent does. Wow. But then I don't have the random anymore. I also, it doesn't turn off, right? It needs the threshold to know when you're not talking. Oh. I don't, if I made, what if I made arm down permanent, but then turned on this again? Wow, 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 wow. Nah. Yeah, no, it's still kind of overrides, which is interesting because would that have to do with the order I made the state? Because I've always been curious about how it decides what to listen to when there's two conflicting like states, you know? Because this would be conflicting. This would maybe because it's permanent, but like if it's a toggle again, if we watch it in the arm down, maybe I should stop talking because the idle won't count. Yeah, see, it's not coming on though. Interesting. This is a super not big deal though. It could just be if I really wanted to, I could just make it a smaller timeout. But then it's just like a wee. Wah. Wah. Oh, is that actually because of soft fall? Would changing soft fall be affecting that? When they get activated, they're added to a stack and they get satisfied in that order until they get removed. Okay. They're just a one-time thing. Okay. It'll only reset when you like restart Rahituber. So they have to both be permanent or neither. Oh. Oh, so because... But it won't toggle again. I'm confusing my brain. If they're both permanent, but it's still doing the while idle and while talking. It'll just keep my arm up and arm down technically forever. But it's still listening to arm up first. Right? Because otherwise both arms would be showing. Is this because of states pass through? What does that do? When multiple states are defined with the same hotkey. Oh, that's just hotkey stuff. This is fun. This is fun to play around with. It's stuff that I've been curious about. Wah. Wah. I think it is the timeout though, because if I kept this in a really long timeout, it would just stay. We'll just make it like a little bit of a lower timeout. And then I think the toggle hasn't timed out yet, it's still in the stack, so it's still having an effect. Yeah. I guess there's no way to like interrupt the stack with the newer state. Really, this probably not something you want to have happen anyway, because I think for the most part you don't want things interrupting each other. Yeah, like I feel like I'm yapping about it, but I'm thinking about it, and I feel like that would potentially cause more problems for people to have that be a thing. I guess I was curious about the order that things are executed, though. Like, if I... For funsies, if I did first the while idle, and then did, sorry, hide... arm down while idle, and then had it here, you can see arm down, blah 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 blah. It doesn't, oh, so this would be permanent then, right? Because we need it to blah Is it just not gonna... You're not listening to me? Turn on toggle. Oh, wait, we're idle. Duh. Hello! Hello, Nixulix. Hello, Raiders. Welcome. Sorry for my scuffed raid thing. We're, Nix, I thought you went offline earlier. Again, Kuma was talking about it. How goes the chibi things? You're building Kip streams again? Oh my god, you got so many tabs, baby. It's going well. We have most of this done. I'm being really finicky about something that won't really matter that much for most people. I just got kind of curious about how something works. Your OBS was fucking with me. Oh no. OBS is so insane. Actually, let me do your... What were you playing again? Marvel Rivals. Oh yeah, the PC with Marvel Rivals. Right now we're playing around with doing an arm up and an arm down. So basically, we want this to be probably the same. Trying to figure out how to make this toggle so that it listens to this first. I guess it's when it switches to idle that this would toggle. This is a while talking. We'll do it again on a random schedule. I just wondered if there was going to be any difference if this state came after. If I set it up after. Oh wow. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Oh, so the arm down just never triggered. Because I have it. Alright, so I have to do like a really small interval. And then a really I don't know. A really... What would I do with that? Oh, this is going to have the same problem, because what's going to happen is it'll listen to the... Huh? Okay. Arm down is toggled. We're going to wait until arm up goes... Oh! Wow. Let's turn this down all the way to, like, see. Wow. Oh, we had a longer timeout, though. That was the issue. Ah, it still does the same thing. Oh, no, it doesn't. It ignored the timeout because it toggled my arm down. Wow. No, see now it's... Oh, interesting. This is such a... Okay, this is not interesting content for people who don't do things in Rahituber to watch, but it's interesting to me because I'm learning... I'm taking apart Rahi's program. Strangling it again. But I also think that I confused myself. So we're going to just keep this arm up. Keep it to be active type toggle, can trigger while talking. Threshold is going to stay at 4 because I think that's about where our talk is set for our mouth layer too. And we'll do... Did I actually like reverse these though? No. Arm up show. Arm up and hand up will show. And arm down, hand down will show. Except it's not doing that. Perhaps I might have confused things when I was messing around. Yeah, I messed around too close to the sun. We'll do another one because it's easy peasy. Let's go in and get arm down, arm up, hand up. And we will trigger only while talking. Timeout, and we'll schedule timeout of, I feel like 2.5 is going to be fine. Honestly, this interval and variation is kind of okay, but we'll turn it up to 5 and then set this to be somewhere around 3 so that it could be only 2 seconds before it triggers, or it could be, well, this is, yeah, or 8. I almost couldn't do math. If we wanted to have a hotkey, we could set a hotkey. Let's say like num8. I just noticed what you did here with, oh, maybe that's been here, but if you don't set the name yourself, it'll call the layer, call the state, or sorry, name the state after what you set for your hotkey and then your interval settings, which is interesting. I knew that it named it after the hotkey, but I didn't see the other stuff. So we do actually have an optional like hotkey for this. So if it's not toggled yet, I can toggle it myself. But it'll also come up randomly. This is what I use for my eye contact toggle. But I'm hitting the num 8 right now while I'm idle. Oh, I just realized my num 8 does something on my main model, so it does this. But if I'm using it on the idle state, it won't toggle this because we have it set to only be able to trigger while we're talking. And I think that works for this kind of effect because I don't know why my arm would come up while I'm not speaking. Don't explode while I'm gone. We're gonna be done soon. We're gonna be done soon. Thank you so much for your help, Rahi. Thank you for hanging out today. It's a super big help. It's also fun for me. It's fun for me to explode your program a little bit. Thank you for putting up with my confusing sometimes explanations of things and whatever. I'm gonna sleep more tonight, so tomorrow is a bit more understandable. That's not the word. Cohesive? I'm gonna be more coherent is what I meant. So I'm trying to think of what we want to do before I go. What did I say I was gonna do? First of all, I'm gonna fix this eye because I feel like it's a little bit off again. So let's actually just do that first because that's bothering me. Oh, you know what's interesting too? I probably changed these settings and I didn't change the eye contact because, yeah, there's a slight difference. So we actually want to fix that as well. And make sure that these are the same. What you would probably do, realistically, you would do your finicking with your irises and mouse tracking if you're doing this setup for eye contact and eye tracking. You want to probably do your eye tracking layers first. And then duplicate your group like we did earlier, your folder, so that most of your other settings stay the same, like your position and your blending mode. In this case, like the eye tracking have multiply blending modes on them that I did not put on the eye contact layer. And again, the reason we have these separate is because we're going to make this toggle once we like what our tracking looks like, which we don't yet. We need to adjust this a little bit. What? How did we end up being this far? Is it because we moved the other one like a decent amount? No, that looks weird too. So what was the default position? Yeah, we're like way off far to the right for whatever reason. Even though we don't have mouse tracking on. Is it because of... Ah, we didn't actually change the... Have we always looked like this? I feel like my glasses hid part of my eyeballs in a way that... But I also feel like this isn't correct. I don't remember it looking like that. Oh well. We're doing negative transforms on the y-axis and kind of just trying different numbers, typing them in manually. Slightly moving it until I feel like I like what the layer looks like. Realistically, I'd probably move the lashes over to the left a little, but they're actually on the same layer. We can try it, but then we also have to move the eye mask in the eye whites as well. But just to see what it looks like, let's try it. I might actually like that. I actually kind of like that a lot. Well, now we look like we're facing the left more. It does kind of change what we look like compared to the original art, but... you know, to really sell our, like, head rotation effect, the eyes should be completely separate layers. But that would be crazy. That would be like, maybe one day I'll do a setup, like a wild setup like that with, like, everything separate and moving on different, like, mouse tracking just to, like, really stress test your stuff, Rahi. Just go crazy with it. Oops, I'm already kind of going crazy with it. Oh, that's right. We're using motion inherit, so we actually just moved. Ah, that's interesting. So the rotation applies to both of them. Oh, probably because the pivot point's in the same spot. Interesting. I wanted to just rotate this though. Maybe I have to turn off the motion inherit for a second and then, whoops. Let's actually set this pivot point. Make my life a little bit easier. So see where all our default pivot points are? We talked about this a little bit earlier. To set them, it does move the whole layer right now, at least. So we have to kind of manually enter our transforms until it looks like it's in the right spot. It can be a little bit daunting to have to do that, especially when you're doing eyes and everything looks crazy as you're working on it. But it absolutely becomes a more natural process the more you do it. Have an understanding of where everything else is positioned. This needs to be off like that, maybe. Actually, we already kind of decided that I was going to move the lashes over, and I don't think I have yet, so here's another pro tip that I often forget. Usually this first box in the transforms and everything like that, this first box is going to be your x-axis. You want to make one? You really should, Sky. I absolutely think you should. It looks tough and it looks complicated the way that I'm doing it, but I cannot stress enough, it's actually way easier than making it look. It's I said something like this on Twitter, that it's only as complicated as you want it to be. A lot of the stuff that I have on my current model is like, I just wanted to see if I could make it look that way, and it was often the answer was a lot easier than I thought. I don't know if I showed you, but here's the really simple version we made that behaves more like a VOD type. It just toggles. All we did is one layer. We have our idle state, our talk state, and our blink states. There's a blink for this would be the idle, and then this would be talking. Sky, you've used PNGtuber. You've had a PNGtuber before, haven't you? Or am I crazy? I know you have like an avatar, but I don't know if you only flesh tube or so you might not even be familiar with what VOD is, but it's very simple. And yeah, there's bouncing settings, breathing settings for your very basic motion that you can see here, and your audio input. Very easy. I used this opportunity as I made this to explain what each of these settings are while using a more simplified avatar. So it took me a while, but if I was just doing it myself and like locked in, this would take like a total of like 5 minutes to set up, maybe. You know, when you don't use it too often, you want to need to eat and want to chill art day. Yeah, and there's a lot of freedom with what you could do with something like this too, because of the layers. Here we are here, because you can really add anything you want. There's no limit to the layers, and there's no limit to our states. So states is where you would do toggles, you would do like expressions like I have with mine, these ones, and like you can just throw in a layer whenever you want like this, and then put mouse tracking on it if you want to do really silly puppeting stuff. And it can just look whatever you want. Like I saw somebody on itch.io that like their avatar is just like a floating ball with an eyeball, and they have a bit of like tracking on the eyeball for their movement, but they mostly just float around. So you don't have to, you're not like limited to specifically VTuber type stuff. You have no idea, like, yo, Rahisaurus did a phenomenal job. Yeah, absolutely. That's part of why I'm so adamant about trying to make people try it out and stuff. Like I like am so, and I've always been so impressed with how this works. You know, I'm still, I guess, relatively new in terms of like VTubing, but I still tried out a lot of tools when I was first trying to do PNG tubing, and I did a lot of research because, you know, hyperfixation, and There's a couple like really impressive PNG tubing specifically tools. One of the other ones is LandyTube, the one that Shock uses. I joke about like us being kind of like rivals about it because he really wants everybody to use Landy and I really want everyone to use Rahi, but they're absolutely like, they are both extremely good at what they're supposed to be doing and have different like uses. There's another one that I haven't tried out myself yet, but it actually first introduced me to the concept of like mouse tracking and using mouse tracking instead of a VTuber motion tracking like Live 2D. It's called Honk. And there's a really cool video that somebody made where they're using it, and Honk might even have more available in terms of actual tracking. Honk is I think it actually uses a camera as well, so it still is like a PNGtuber program, but you would still set up your face tracking, and like I think it will recognize, or is it face tracking? No, it's not face tracking, my bad. But there's something where it listens to your mouth shapes, I think, so you can actually upload your own like mouth sprites and have it fit what you're saying. I'm not sure if it's lip sync related or if it's tracking your face. I didn't commit it to memory. I did look at this before I found Rahituber, or around at some point after I started using Rahituber, but before we got mouse tracking, before we got the mouse tracking update. Let me see, what is it? I'm trying to like scrub through really quick to see, because this is also a really cool program. I don't know anything about how to use it and how to set it up though, or what's out there for learning it. However, check this out. So many cool programs. Yeah, it's so exciting, right? Because like there are, you know, it's sometimes hard to find them just through like a Google, but there really are so many cool resources out there than like you could ever. I mean, scrolling through HIO, you could probably find tools that nobody really knows about yet, but this this Honk one, as far as I know, there's something really cool with setting different mouth shapes in the program. I use mouth shapes. I drew my own and just have them randomly toggle at different intervals, so it kind of like gives the illusion that it's following my mouth sounds, but it's not actually accurately tracking my. Also, I feel like there's something weird about my face now. Am I crazy about that, or is that a thing? I looked at this too long and now I feel like my cheek is too big. Is it because of me moving the lashes? Did I do that? I did. Okay, maybe we need to move these lashes back because it's bugging me. That's a little better. I think also adding our glasses is going to help. I forgot to add it. Oh, 1 second. Woo! My brother just gave me pasta.
Let's go.
Thank you. Thank you, Rax. We love Rax. Hey, you. Are you going to be streaming anytime soon? Gonna start back again?
I have no idea.
Let me promote you.
I'll let you know.
You only come in my chat with your like mod account, so I can't give you like the shout out there. I have to shout out your actual account.
Yes.
You should just use your normal account in my chat because I don't care. I know you get bothered because it says on live. First of all, you can change your username if you're worried about that. Second of all, do it. VTubers put VT at the end of their name a lot, which like it would be, and they're not people are not bothered by that. Anyway, use your Raxos account when you're in my chat. I did not stay muted for that. You heard me yelling at my brother, but it's fine. I was saying Raxos is a streamer as well. He hasn't streamed in a while, but he shows up in the chat as Mighty Grunt because he's like shy about his username and people finding out that he's like a streamer. He's got this idea in his head that like for some reason other streamers would be bothered by the fact that a streamer is in his chat, but I think maybe that's, I think it's a normal thing for like people in the VTuber sphere and maybe like, I don't know, the creative sphere in general. I think it's like more normal for us to be in each other's chats and stuff. So maybe he's not quite there. He mainly watches like IRL streamers, I think. So maybe the culture, I guess, is different there. But anyway, I'm trying to convince him to promote himself by being normal, his normal name in my chat. Also because then people know who he is. Anyway. Glasses. So actually having the glasses helps with that face shape thing. But I might do some dirty off-screen drawing to adjust that if I want to be able to turn off the glasses. It could be that the ear isn't in the right spot too. My right ear. Whoop. Yeah, maybe I like it better a little bit to the left, which means we do have to move our earring chain and mochi, but that's okay. Hey, Emerald Rose, thank you for the follow. Thank you. I recognize your name. Have we played Rivals before? Am I crazy? I might be crazy. You can tell me I'm crazy if I'm crazy. Okay, this looks better for sure. Just moving that ear slightly. Okay, and then so actually yes, before I go, what I am gonna do is add in my bouncing and my breathing. So it's gonna look a little bit complicated because we actually have to set all of our motion inherent now. But the reason I didn't do that as I go was so that I could actually show this process in bulk, I guess. So I'm trying to think. You'll have to figure out which layer you want to be your parent for future like motion, bouncing and stuff. I think I want to have let me think. We'll start with the legs. We'll see what happens because my main model, my base layer, like my parent layer, crazy. I was crazy once. My base layer was like my shorts in my main thing. So we're gonna try it with doing legs on this one and have this be the main shindig. Thank you, Emerald. We're spending the week trying to set up a somewhat complicated model in Rahituber to show people how to do it, to be able to make a video later. Because some people have been curious about how I get this mouse tracking in the motion. And because I love Rahituber, and Rahisaurus is a super cool person, and I'm helping with promoting. But we started with this really simple version with only one layer. Nothing fancy, no fancy physics, just a little bit of bounce. Some people like this effect, and this was to show how easy it actually is to do a super basic one. Because you don't have to go crazy like I do. But if you want to go crazy, that's what, if you want to go crazy, I was crazy once. You could go crazy. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go to legs. We're going to toggle on that breathing first, and we're going to turn on our bouncing setting. We're going to set it to loudness. And you can see only the legs are moving. We'll go crazy with it, as you should. You're already getting ready to do live 2D. It's a lot of the same principles. You're just, you know, tracking audio levels instead of, you know, your actual motion. And you're using mouse tracking potentially too. But the layer setup and stuff, and in splitting your layers, you probably just want to do the same thing you would with live 2D, just maybe like a little bit less complicated. You could get complicated with it. Like an example, I'm going to zoom in on myself really quick. I'll show you while I'm yapping. You can kind of see I actually have shadows set to be multiply layers underneath my hair. Those are separate layers for whatever reason. There was a good reason for it at the time. It ended up being a little bit needlessly complicated because I could have just drawn the shadows right on the hair layer. They're not actually moving separate. I think the idea was that to sell kind of like a realistic physics, sometimes the shadow kind of moves less. Or maybe it was because something the hair needed to be in front, but the shadow needed to be below, something like that. But a lot of my layers are a little bit extra, but it's because I went into this kind of setting it up like I would set up my live 2D. I have very, 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 very minimal experience with live 2D, but I've gone in and tried to do stuff a few times, so I have a very basic Thank you, Sky. You could have one too. It's way easier than it seems, I promise. It's just a lot of messing around. But I'm here to prove that you can do it. You can figure it out. That's part of why I'm streaming the whole process, so you can just see, like, there's no easy buttons to, like, click to do, like, oh, I didn't show my eye tracking being on. Oh god, we forgot to fix that. hang on. We want this to be in, oh shit, we do want that actually, but inheriting. This is cursed. Wow, yeah, hello, I'm Kip E Cringedevil. Cringedevil. Okay, whoa. All right, hear me out. Some setting here. What did we do? What did I do? Did I set this to follow the wrong one? Let me think. Why are we... Oh, it's because of the pivot point. The pivot point matters, I think. Maybe, because I changed the pivot point on the right, Iris. Okay, hang on. We're troubleshooting together. I think we need to go down here. Our pivot points all, by default, are right here because that's the size of our layer. And then we'll move it back into the eye where it's supposed to go. Let's turn off mouse tracking for a second, just so I can see where the default position is. We need to move this pivot point still. Interesting. That's something I have to keep in mind when I'm like, oh god, this is so cursed. You and I are on the same team with me, so I need help. Yeah, exactly. We can both help. Rahi can explain the actual, like, in an actual dev way how thing. I know that was really cursed. Sorry about that. I wanted to show you the cool eye tracking, and I didn't realize I broke it earlier because I didn't test. And don't be alarmed. That only happened because I was needlessly fucking around to see. I was doing things that I didn't really need to do. Okay, so mouse tracking is now back on. We can kind of see we have at least our eye tracking on. My best trick for this, because there's no clipping in Rahi, and I believe clipping might be out of the capabilities, a little bit beyond the capabilities. But what we actually did here is there's just a mask, and the mask looks like this. There's a mask on, and when I take this off, woo! The mask just covers up the parts that I want covered up for the eyes. It's basically like a scuffed, very manual version of doing like a mask that you would in an art program. I'll mess around with my pivot points at some point to make sure that this looks the way that I want, but I think this is fine. Anyway, we're back to the default, and we're going back to the original task, which was setting our breathing and bouncing. Because I forgot to do this part. This is a little bit important for the like multi-layer setup, because as you can see when you set it to only one, none of these other layers are inheriting any motion yet. So only the legs are bouncing. So what we can do, we'll start to go through and find our other layers like shoes. We're going to set this to follow the legs. And now, actually, the shoes, probably, I lied to you, they're not going to move. The shoes, we actually don't want to bounce that much. I mean, do we want the shoes to move a little bit? I think it'd make sense if they stayed still. Because what we could do instead is have the shoes be the parent layer. So I'm going to turn off bouncing on the legs, and we're actually going to start instead with shoes and see what we can do here. Because what happens is, basically, the layer that's going to move the least probably needs to be the parent layer. Because in future layers, if everything inherits motion from this, the very base motion, eventually all of these layers will move this much. But I might want the hoodie to move more than the shorts, and I might want the shorts to move more than the legs, and I want the legs to move more than the shoes. So we need to have the hierarchy be like shoes first, then legs, then shorts, then hoodie, then head. The head will probably bounce the most. And I think that'll add a really cool, really bouncy effect. I just noticed that this is in the wrong layer order, but we'll fix that later. So for now, we'll keep the default, whatever bouncing settings are there. We'll keep that, and then we'll just continue with this workflow. We'll motion inherit. This is the legs layer. We're gonna inherit from shoes, and we can see what that looks like. They're moving the same amount. We'll go on to, I think shorts back is next. And we'll go and inherit motion from legs. And I think we will go to shorts or shoes, and then we'll inherit the motion from, or sorry, not shoes, shorts. We'll inherit it from, I don't know, shorts back. Uh-oh. No, I went to shoes instead. Uh-oh, I crashed it. Uh-oh. I found, danger, don't do this. I accidentally set the parent to be its own child or something like that. That's what I just did. The shorts back is set to follow legs, which is set to follow shoes, and then I just made shoes follow. So it basically just created a forever loop. Whoopsie, we're closing it. No, I know it. I know what I did. Hello. I know what I did. I've done that before. That's just my bad. So pro tip, don't do that. Don't be sleepy and delirious setting this up and then you might not accidentally do that. What's funny is I did say I'm gonna go into my shoes layer, and then I was like, no wait, I mean shorts. No girl, you sure were in the shoes layer. Let's I wonder if I hit last layers, are we gonna get the chibi back? Oh no. Oh no. Hopefully I didn't lose too much since the last save. Uh-oh. Oh, we're not capturing the right window. Because game capture got confused when I closed that, or window capture got confused. This is extremely cursed. But we just have to go back to fixing this. What did I do to fix it again? Ah, the pivot point, yes. Oh, sorry, that's movement limit, not pivot point. Shit. I'm reloading it, because I'm gonna forget. Oh, it was only 5 anyway. Pivot point, we have to adjust manually like this again. Go right, find that dot. If you're not sure which dot is your dot, move it with the position, and then you can see where the dot is. Eats mini Kip. No! Put that down. What's in your mouth? Spit it out. Okay, and then let's actually turn off mouse tracking again, and this is so funny. Move it to where it's supposed to goddamn go. The default position. We just have to left click and hit control and left click, sorry, to manually enter these values so we can get them on lock. Because unfortunately we can't keep the position 0, 0 if we've changed what the pivot point is. Whoops. That game's on your phone. Head empty. Head empty. A different entity-wise Kip TV. What is the lore implications here? Don't worry about it. The lore is don't worry about it. Why can I just be cute sometimes? Cute and tiny sometimes? Must I be a slayful bad bitch all the time? Viruses do spread, indeed. Okay, so this looks kind of relatively normal. If we turn on mouse tracking again, we don't inherit here. We lost our motion inherit, so we have to go reset and say, please follow eyes tracking iris R. Huh. Interesting. So we're not quite following the motion. What do we? But oh. So the pivot point, I think, still is affecting this, because the default spot looks. Oh no, we did actually accidentally Interesting. It feels like... Is it because there's a different setting for... And his default settings. So because it's inheriting motion, it's supposed to... Oh, I didn't change this. Oops. There. H-O-T-T. Meaning you got the lazy eye. Oh my god, I should. I still retain the bad bitch aura as I should. As I should. Okay, so now we can see this is mostly the way that I expected it to be. I think, we can adjust the position a little bit. Just by a couple pixels. And I cannot stress enough. The main, like, the main thing you're gonna be doing when you're setting up a crazy setup like this is just messing around, changing the numbers slightly and seeing what it looks like. It's not difficult. It could be time consuming depending on what you're doing, especially if you're like new to it. It definitely took me a long time. Still takes me a long time to set things up. Okay, so this is mostly okay. She looks very far to the left on the left eye, but I believe this is the way I wanted it to look. Again. Okay, now we're gonna save this. Remember to save. Hit overwrite when you're doing stuff. Especially if you're like fixing problems. K-I-P-P-Y, oh no, another stream is... Yo, no, another stream is... Yeah, let's go! Wow, beautiful. Is it this? H-O-K-I-P-P-Y, oh no. La 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 la, hot dogs. O-T-O, I like to have hot dogs. Oh, this song just makes me want a hot dog. That's my problem. H-O-T-T-O. Bow, 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 bow. Uh-oh. You didn't see that. I haven't fixed that yet. Anyway. We are no longer locked in. I'm locking back in. I'm locking back in. We're locked in. We're finishing the basic stuff that I wanted to set up. I swear.
Just working hard so I can please you.
Working hard so I can please you. Just working hard. Okay. What were we doing before I broke it? Ah, yes, breathing and. Oh no. Hey, listen. It's not even a game. You think this is a game? We were talking about doing our parent layer. Paper towel rule. Should give it. Oh my god, absolutely. I think voice mod would work better now that I have a better mic setup. So we're turning on our bouncing and our breathing again on the parent layer, which is going to be the shoes.
Anyway, apparently
And we're not going to do that thing that I did before. That broke everything. Did you see that? Because I had to get back to work. So what happens when we set our parent layer, which is what we're doing with motion inherit, as soon as we set it to our parent layer, which in this case is shoes, we don't see our bouncing and breathing settings anymore because the way that the program works, it just inherits right from there and it doesn't have individual bouncing and breathing settings. Something that Rahi has said that he's planning to add is being able to turn on individual blinking and breathing settings, even with the parent-child layer, because for various reasons you might want to have parent and child hierarchy set up, but not use the same motion settings. I guess an example would be if I have a state that needs to hide like a whole folder, or sorry, not a whole folder, but needs to hide a bunch of things at once, and I just want to hide the parent, I would set the children to follow the motion of that parent, have the hide with parent setting on, which is here. And I would want to have different settings, potentially, for breathing and blinking. Also, I just noticed that my audio settings went back to default. So we'll fix that. How do you make my earring and hair swing? It's your lucky day, because that's actually what we're working on this week, is showing you guys how exactly to do that. I'm using a program called Rahituber, which you can see kind of to my left. I am currently making a new chibi model, so it's kind of like halfway done. But my main model, this one, is completely set up in Rahituber. I drew all the layers myself and separated the layers. So the way that it works is basically like you have a bunch of layers stacked on top of each other. In fact, it's probably more useful to show you this one. Oops, I gotta be smaller though. Whoop. And then you use Rahituber as well? Okay, awesome. So I can just actually show you what the settings are basically. So somewhere in this crazy setup, there's a earring cringe mochi and earring chain. So the big trick that I find is you can kind of see where my pivot points are on these little dots. When you load all of your layers in, if they're the same size, you end up having all your pivot points kind of around the same place. Like when they load in, they all go right here, because that's the center of, let me scale all the way out. You can see this is the bounds of my each layer. Each layer is set to be that size. So all of the pivot points are right in the center of these bounding boxes. What that means is you're like, when you're doing rotation and like rotation effect, usually it rotates all the way around this way. Like if I had that earring chain set to the default pivot point still, when I would do a rotation effect, it would kind of just rotate like this way. But by changing the pivot point right on, sorry for that zoom, right on the, basically like right above where the chain goes, there's a rotation effect on it. It inherits motion from my right ear first, because the motion on the ear is a little bit, it's set a little bit in the ear has mouse tracking settings on it, is what I'm trying to say. The earring chain inherits motion from my ear, and then it applies a rotation effect here. And we'll talk more about rotation effect probably tomorrow when I'm setting up all of the physics. And then it's set to distance limit 0, so that the starting position doesn't change when I'm moving. It stays attached to that spot on the ear, basically. I think that's what that means anyway. By default, it's set to -1 for no limit. Yes, limits how far this layer can stray from the parent's position. If I didn't have it set to 0, then my drag and spring would make it so that like the drag and, you know, you can still kind of, a little bit when I'm really close up, you can kind of see in a little bit of an unrealistic way, it drags behind the ear. It's not really a big deal because my hair usually covers it, and I don't really care. But I guess to test it, if I did this, you could see it kind of doesn't really look the way that I want it to. It moves around too much. So we set this to 0. And then I made it this number for rotation effect just through like experimenting. The earring chain doesn't swing as much as the bottom part. That's kind of how it gets like a really dangly effect. This is what it looks like just with the chain. It's got a little bit of a rotation. Honestly, the pivot point should probably be right there, but I did not put it there. Then the bottom half of the earring inherits motion from the chain, and it has a much bigger rotation effect, but it also still has the 0 distance limit. It has different settings for delay and drag and spring to kind of make it really bouncy. You can see the delay in like when I'm moving up and down, especially. Honestly, I feel like I could adjust these settings a little bit more to make it a bit more bouncy. But it basically has an extreme rotation effect. You'll notice when you're doing this yourself, the maximum is like -5 and 5. I manually change it to 10 because I wanted a bigger rotation. The other trick too is like it looks a lot different between using a negative rotation value and like a positive. So if I made it +10, it still looks cool, but it doesn't look quite how you would expect it, I feel like, the way that it rotates. It could also be because it's inheriting rotation from the chain, which is also like a negative, so then it kind of like behaves a little bit weird because it's moving this direction first, I guess, and then it's like, oh wait, we're moving this way. So then I don't know. Depending on what you're doing, you might actually want that to be the case, but in my case, they are both set to move negatively. And I feel like that works because when we move right, it kind of swings to the, I don't know, like, I think that's counterclockwise. It starts to swing that way. And that's more realistic looking. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, that's Bubbles. Yeah. They asked me yesterday. Shock found that video. He asked me if I'd seen Trailer Park Boys, and I have not. I'm going to address this later, but can you limit how much something moves wise? So you can have your glasses not go below your nose, but if you move up then down quick, they have some hang time in the air before they fall back down. I think so. That'd be interesting. We could try it. Limit how much something moves. So like the glasses have a little bit of their own motion. You can see they continue to move up a little bit farther than the rest of my face. I don't know how easy it is to tell because it's lagging a little bit. It used to have also kind of like a little bit of a little drag or a little delay on it, but let me go find my glasses and see if I can really quickly do what you're saying. So it's inheriting motion from my face, and then there's a little teeny tiny delay. So like if I turn this up, like let's see what delay looks like. This is not exactly going to do what we want it. You can kind of see it's kind of weird. But what each of these settings does, this is the delay. So this is the time before the layer follows the parent's motion. A little bit of a delay works for this. I just like it looking that way because I feel like, I don't know, when things are like in front of other things, they might have a delay in when they move. But drag and spring is what you'd want to play with. It makes the layer slower to reach its target position. So if I turn this really high, you can kind of see what that does. Not exactly what we want. Spring is also interesting. That's that kind of like bouncy. Slow it down. The higher you make it, it makes the layer slower to change direction is what it says. So you just kind of like fiddle around with these settings and see if you get that effect. I wonder if distance limit would change anything. So yeah, something kind of whoop, 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 whoop. We kind of have something cool going there. We put like drag and spring a lot. I think the distance limit mattered there. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I don't know. I actually feel like these would need to be lower values. What does it look like with delay when I have distance limit? Yeah, no, that still doesn't. This is kind of cool. But I think what you're saying is you want it to fall after I move. This is more like taking a second to think about moving. Brother Kip, hello cow. We're just quoting to slow it down. I just dissed you. No, I was quoting Bouncy by IT's, a K-pop band. Hello cow. Good morning, I think. Yeah, I guess it's not like specifically what we want for that kind of motion. I feel like when I look down, you're right. It should like take a second to slide down with me. Whereas like moving up could also do the same thing. Like moving up, maybe it takes a second. I feel like the answer is in delay and drag, but it's not quite. It actually feels like it like is weirdly moving. It kind of more so feels like it's just moving on its own separately. That could be because of like it has slightly different mouse tracking settings too. Woo, woo, woo. Because I don't think it's just inheriting. Yeah, it does have its own slightly different movement limits. I don't know. I always think that like a higher spring and lower drag ends up looking cool, but now out of curiosity, if I change this to -1, here, this is what it looks like without a distance limit. Interesting. Kind of like maybe it's spring that I want, but it kind of does this bouncy thing that it doesn't really make sense for glasses to bounce like that. Maybe. I don't know. That actually kind of looks cool. Maybe if I did Actually, even lower drag. Lower delay, maybe? Thank you for the hydrate. Who cares, YouTube? Hello. Can't wait to see what I'm doing. I'm doing stuff. I'm cooking. I got distracted because Domo asked a question about these glasses. And we're kind of playing with the settings here. But I think I'm going back to my default that I had before for now. So we can continue on this model. I forgot to do my, like, breathing settings that I wanted. Or breathing and bouncing. So we're doing that before I go. I gotta take a fat nap. It's not morning, it's only midnight. Oh, you know what? I kind of forgot that this isn't, like, super late stream time. Okay, we're back to cooking. We're continuing on with this parent-child hierarchy situation and trying to explain it as I go. It's not as difficult as it sounds. It's just basically our parent layer is the shoes because it's the bottom here and it's going to move the least. Right now it's still moving a lot just because I want to be able to show that. But we're on, looks like legs are done. We're going to move to the back of the shorts. We're not going to mess up this time. We're not going to crash my program this time. Set shorts back. I think we're going to follow legs. If we need to change these later to get the effects that we want, we will. I believe if we just go right up in order, basically, of like bottom to top, that'll be the physics hierarchy that we want. We already did legs, didn't we? I'm so CP. We'll just go right ahead with shorts first. Shorts is gonna follow the motion of shorts back, I think. You know, 3D model. It's not 3D. It's all made in this sorry, not live T. This program made for PNGtubing. This is actually all 2D. The way that it works is, if you're looking at my actual model, it's just a bunch of PNG files layered on top of each other, and then each one has kind of like a different setting for movement to kind of emulate that effect. I'd love to have a 3D model someday. But yeah, this is all PNG stuff. Okay, so shorts, and then hoodie is gonna follow. I don't really want this song. This song reminds me of it's a K-pop group that disbanded. It makes me sad. Motion inherit is going to, the hoodie is gonna inherit from shorts for now, I think. So you can start to see it come together. Everything follows the shoes movement, and we'll change that after. Now we need to do our arms, which arm down accidentally ended up on top of Ken Ashcorp mention. Is that what this is? Oh, Absolute Territory. Yeah. We're listening to my liked songs, but there is a Spotify jam. If anybody wants to play their own stuff. I almost forgot what I was doing here. Hand is gonna follow. Well, actually, we'll start with the sleeves. The arms. Arm down will follow the hoodie. The reason we are setting it up this way is, like, as you go down, like the parent-child hierarchy, the parent is probably gonna be the layer you want to be moving the least, and then each layer as you go, you can increase the amount that it moves and increase the physics on it, but it gets a little weird to try to do like less on the child layer because it's gonna inherit whatever the parent layer is doing, right? So the reason we're setting it up this way is because we probably want the hoodie to move more than the shorts, and the shorts to move more than the legs, and then the legs to move more, and then eventually something like my earring or my glasses and my hair will move more than everything else, just like it does in this model. Arm up needs to follow hoodie. And then we're gonna have it on your deployment pipeline. I think I was changing it around a bit. I'm using Rabbit MQ for the automation. Essentially, PHP is talking to it. You know, you have to remind me a little bit, because I don't remember what we were talking about. But that sounds like a lot of words that I don't know. But it sounds really cool. I only know, like, I learned teeny tiny bit of PHP in school. Were you around for Godot stuff when I was in the software category? Is that I don't remember if you were perceiving my cooking then or with art. Ah, okay, yeah. We ended up not finishing our stuff for the pirate software game jam that we were working on, but I have access to some classes, video classes, and I do want to do that once I'm done with this project. Whenever I want to do productive stuff before I go back to work. This is following this hoodie. Right, we're doing hand now. The hand up is going to follow arm up. It was super unnecessary. I've said this a couple times, but it was kind of unnecessary to separate the hands from the sleeves. But just a slight difference in that movement between the sleeve and the hand is going to look cool. I promise. What is this? Hand down. Hand down is going to follow arm down. There we go. Now I think actually the neck and collarbone that I have here. Where's my neck actually? Oh, body. I actually think this, so this is not going to follow the hoodie. We're going to do the neck and collarbone. We're going to set it to maybe, I think it makes sense for it to follow the legs. We'll see if we need to change what the hoodie is inheriting from after. The hoodie might need to inherit from neck and collarbone instead. Once we start messing around with physics, that's when we'll know for sure if that's the case. And then we have to kind of do the the tedious step of going through all of our gajillion hair layers. But we'll start actually, I don't think we did hood back yet. Our hood back at the way at the bottom of our layer order here needs to inherit from the hoodie. The hoodie will be the parent of the arms and the back of the hood. Our hair base is going to inherit right from the neck, I think. We'll see if I want it to be inheriting from the neck or the face. It probably doesn't really matter that much until we're setting up mouse tracking. That's the trick. My trick is that I have a hair back layer like that moves opposite to where my face moves, and that kind of sells like a little bit of a head turning. I'm doing sort of advanced stuff with PHP using Docker as well for this pipeline. Yeah, I've heard of Docker actually, but that's super cool. We're working hard. Okay, so hair base has its motion. Now we need to do these hair back layers. We'll do pigtail. Pigtail is going to, let's see. Probably, let me see, when I'm moving the pigtail, I think they'll inherit from the hair base. They're gonna not move the same way as the face. They're not gonna be in the same hierarchy as my face, I don't think. I might be wrong though. We'll find out together. I can't wait to have these VODs and actually edit them into something coherent, maybe, hopefully. It's gonna take me a gajillion years because these VODs are gonna get long, but... Hair side L is... what is this? This here? I actually don't think this is going to inherit from the hair base. I think this is going to inherit from my face. I think that's what's gonna happen. So we don't have the face doing anything yet, but we're about to. It's face time. Face is going to inherit right from neck and collarbone, I think. And then our ears are going to follow the face. A lot of stuff is going to be set to follow the face. Here's our left ear. And again, when you're setting this up yourself, what you might want to do is set these motion inherit layers as you go before you have a gajillion layers loaded in. If you know ahead of time what your motion is going to look like, which you will if you've practiced enough, or sometimes you maybe it just makes sense to your brain that way, like yeah, okay, I know what I'm doing. Or you're just setting it up in order, like, you know, I have my shoes and then I add my legs, and then when I add my legs I set the motion inherit the shoes. If you follow like that order, you pretty much will probably have something that works, and you just adjust the parent and child layers after if you need to. I feel like I made it sound more complicated than it is. But the way that I'm doing it right now, doing it all at once when all the layers are in, is just basically for tutorial's sake. Because if I had done it at that time, then it kind of would have been confusing for anyone watching this later. I could have done it that way and then edited my video later to do it that way, but okay, so here, this earring chain, I did not do it right. It needs to follow, my earring is going to follow the right ear, which right now looks the same, but eventually will be a little bit different. The mochi part of the earring is going to follow my earring chain, which is what I was talking about earlier in my main model. And looks like we can, I'm gonna do the hair first probably, and then the face stuff, or maybe not, maybe I'm lying to you. We'll just go in order. We're done with that. We're gonna go our eye contact layer. You can see where this gets a little bit repetitive and a little bit tedious, but I think what we'll do is the eye whites are going to be the parent layer for the eyes again. That's what I do with my current model. And I think we'll need it to be that way for sure, because you could get away in some cases with just setting all of the eye layers to follow the face. But we're changing it because later when we're doing expressions, oh, that's right, this is already following the, and then I'll just point this out again. You can't really see it because it cuts off here, but this is following, sorry, the left iris is actually following iris R, just for when we have our tracking and we're moving our eyeballs around. It a little bit easier, because actually what happens is it's using the base movement of the right iris, but then I added a little bit, like 3 more pixels to the left one. It was just a lot of fussing and trying different numbers to get that point. So that might not be the case for you, but just to make it clear, the first iris is following the eye whites. The iris L is following this iris, but then we're going back to following the eye whites, I think. This is our eye mask again. We've displayed it already, but for, hello, wait. Oh, that's funny because there's another, oh, we're working on the eye contact layers right now, actually. I forgot. We were still showing our eye tracking folder, but this is actually what we're working on right now. So our mask follows the eye whites as well. Our lashes are going to follow the eye whites. And then this looks insane, but oh yeah, our eyes closed, our blinking layer needs to inherit from eye whites as well, maybe? But what we're going to do with that is we're going to uncheck hide with parent, because otherwise our blink state that we set manually won't work. If I uncheck that, then when all of the other eye layers are hidden, it will still have this. This is interesting. Is it using your webcam? No, I actually don't have any motion tracking at all. The only thing that, like, real life that it's tracking is my, like, voice and my volume. It's all working with mouse tracking. You can see my little cursor. I'm just following the cursor. And then the physics work with volume as well. We'll see it in a little bit. My main model doesn't have a lot of like bouncing with volume right now. The chibi will though. But it's all mouse tracking. So when I turn on this like eye tracking layer on this chibi, you can kind of see where the eyes are following the. It's a trick. It's an illusion. But it kind of is. It's a little bit fun that way. A little bit of like head movement. And, you know, I can't move my head all the way to the right, but I think that's fine. It's still kind of the way that I set it up looks pretty cool. I was really excited the first time. I was really just, this looks so funny when the nose and the mouth aren't moving. The first time I set up the like eye tracking and the face movement and stuff, I was so stoked. Like it was a lot of like me wondering if I could make it look the way that I want to, and then being so excited when it actually did. And it's all just done with like numbers. I don't know. Just different settings for mouse tracking on each layer to kind of create that illusion is pretty cool. So this eye whites, we're in the eye tracking layer now, the one that is visible, or folder. So we're inheriting motion from the face for the eye whites. And then this iris R is going to follow those eye whites. We got to make sure that we're checking the right, because I have 2 different folders. We're tracking we're doing the eye tracking whites that we're following. Iris L is should be set to follow eye tracking iris R already. It is. And we'll do our mask. Make this follow our eye tracking whites. And our lashes. We'll follow the eye tracking whites as well. Oh god, we messed up again. This is interesting. So we have an interesting situation. I think what happens here is it has to do with, if I look at this iris left and the mouse tracking settings, even when I make this like default, which is the same as the right, it looks kind of crazy. Well, it is inheriting motion from left, but I think even when I click eye tracking whites and set it to default movement, it'll look a little bit different. I think that has to do with the pivot point still. Let's change this back to, so all that means is that we need to adjust it because it's not behaving the way that we expect it to. If I adjust the default position though, then when we turn off mouse tracking, it won't look the way that I lied actually, we do want to move this down. I'm curious about how this happens. I feel like it has to do with the parent of the irises, the grandparent, I guess, ends up being this eye tracking whites, and I think it's because of where the pivot point is, but I don't know why that doesn't affect. It's very interesting. Like that it ended up moving like that. Anyway, we have to adjust the position now a little bit. Or kind of bring it down to, oops. Something like that, I think, looks the way that I expect it to. It could be that I accidentally clicked something and changed the position also. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Okay, so that's moving with the face. And then we're gonna do this eyes closed and make this follow our eyes tracking white, but make sure to uncheck hide with parent again. And we're done with that one. Now we can do our hair middle layers. Turn off mouse tracking so I'm not super distracted by that. Our sideburn, I think, can directly follow just the face. We'll see, because it might make more sense to follow the ear for reasons. The ear is going to move slightly more to the left than the face. Actually, yeah, slightly more. I'm going to try to make it so it moves slightly more to the left, but doesn't move more to the right if I can. Because we don't have a handy-dandy bangs to hide it when the when the ear becomes unattached. It's kind of an easy problem to fix too, because all that means is, like, when we do our mouse tracking on the ear, just make sure it's really small values. Because even just a little bit of movement is enough to kind of sell it. If we do it too extreme, then we get kind of weird. We get a little bit weird about it. Our hair top layer, this up here, could probably also follow the face, I think. Like our head. I believe that will work. And then what we'll do is we'll have hair side R, I think, follow hair top. And then this ahoge is going to follow that hair side R that we just did. Just have to find it. And we just did hair side R, we did ahoge, hair side extra. Honestly, I want to see if we can get away with not using that, because I feel like it was a little bit unnecessary. We'll find out though. we'll leave it in the layer in here, but I'll just disable it for now. Hair clip pink follows. Where the hell did my hair go? Hair side R. Hair clip blue is gonna follow hair side R. These aren't really gonna move that much. They won't move on their own, probably. Unless we want to add a little bit of like a bouncy effect. But the hair side R will probably move a decent amount on the x-axis to try to have our head rotate like mine does. It'll be like this part. It'll be like as if, you can't see it, but like this part of my hair is its own thing. We want to have it come out like that. Left bang is going to... The bangs might follow... trying to think what this would look like. I think that this bang is going to follow the face for now. That's what we'll do for now. It's not really attached to the rest of the bangs. The horns can follow the head, I think. And we'll go make the horns back follow these horn layers. The horns will stay stuck right to the head. These horns are not going to be like bouncy or anything like that because I don't really see how that would make sense. They're pretty solid looking. Like they could move slightly, like a little bit of a delay for, I mean, this is going to be cartoony effects anyway, so I might as well, but hair bang middle we're going to do first. This one I guess can follow. I don't think it really matters if it follows face or hair top, but it kind of makes sense for it to follow hair top. Like realistically, the hair's attached, so and just in case the hair top does end up moving different for whatever reason, I decide that looks best. And then these hair middle pieces can follow this center. They'll swing on their own, with slightly different values after, but for the most part, we'll follow the same swing as those bangs. And our default eyebrows, easy peasy, we're just going to follow the face. Though I wonder if it makes sense to have it follow the eyes in case the eyes move a little bit horizontally. But if we do that, then we'll have to make it... we'll have to do this don't hide with parent thing, which is I think fine. We'll do that. And our nose is going to follow the face. The nose is on our face in terms of like face details. The nose is going to move the farthest. You can see that on mine. That's part of how we know I'm looking left or starting to move right, is the nose has a higher value for mouse tracking than anything else. And this one will be more subtle because we're not completely... First of all, the nose isn't really shaded. Second of all, we're not going to move as much as I do in here, probably. Unless we try it out and it looks sick ass. Sick nasty. If it looks really cool, then we'll do it. But the mouth default is also going to follow the face. And our glasses are going to follow the face as well. The glasses are going to have a bit of their own little delay and bouncy after, but there we go. Now we have our super basic bouncing. Just kidding. I missed the back of the horns. I was going, rather than going in order from down here up here, I was going in order of like bottom to top up there for the most part. So we missed these. But what is this? Hornback L? Horn L is going to follow. And then hornback R is going to follow horn R. So right now you can't really tell the difference in terms of like parent and child movement because everything is, nobody has any of their own motion settings. So it's all following this default, which is set by the shoes. So if I wanted to change the like global, I guess, movement, the bouncing settings and the breathing, I would go into my shoes layer and like, let's make this like 500. So you can see how much I bounce. Bam, bang, 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 bang. Boing, 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 boing. Or with breathing, which I don't often like use a lot. We'll turn on breathe while talking. We're going to turn off a scale because I usually use like a up and down. A cool way to implement breathing when Rahi does the update where each layer can have its own breathing setting is like, here, actually, I think this bouncing is a little bit distracting. We'll just do like 100. There we go. I think a cool feature or a cool way to use that feature when it's made is say like I don't know, the neck and collarbone, or like maybe I would separate a layer here or something and just like slightly scale. I guess what would happen is the hoodie and the shorts, and then maybe the collarbone. I would separate the collarbone a little bit. They could move like with the breathing, like scale, and then it would look like just this part is moving with breathing, which was a more realistic. But if I stop talking for a second or turn off, maybe this is better because I cannot stop yapping ever. This is what the breath looks like. We can turn it up a little bit if we want to, so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. We're moving a whole bunch. But this is our base layer. We actually are not going to be moving our shoes that much. So we actually do want to have like noticeable breathing. So I wonder what we should do here. I'm thinking Miku, ooh, you. If we want a breathing of like 50, that's a little bit much for realistic breathing. 30 is good. I think 30 is the default anyway. So what I'm thinking is, I know I set the hierarchy so that the shoes are first, but the shoes are going to stay mostly motionless. We could actually probably have the parent start at legs, and that's easy to fix. All we need to do, the next layer up in the hierarchy is shorts back. I believe legs is the only thing that was like directly the child of shoes. So we just set the shorts back to follow. The shorts back are already following legs. So actually what we can do is go in legs and turn off motion inherit. And then we go into shoes and turn off motion inherit. The only problem we'll run into is if we're trying to do mouse tracking where we want to move the whole model around. We'll just have to make sure that the mouse tracking settings are the same on shoes and legs. Shoes right now, I'm going to turn off breathing, so they stay still, but we're going to turn toggle on breathing on the legs, and we'll have bouncing as well. And we'll just adjust this again the way that we want it. That's bounce. Yeah, that is breathing. Here, breathe while talking. You can see that movement now. Kind of cool. It moves a little bit too much to be realistic down there, which is kind of my worry. But what we can do to fix that is, well, we can either turn down the move and breathing settings so that the, like, because this is what's happening here, right? The sock is kind of like leaving the shoe. Something like this, but then we're not getting very much bounce out of this, and we want to be bouncy. But we might be able to get away with doing drag and spring spread settings to make that work. We'll turn down our breathing a little bit more. Turn down breathing a little bit more. I'm watching this here. We might want to, what I might do to fix this also is just edit this image file a little bit and go in my tablet and kind of cut this off, make it continue down here so that we can move up a little bit more. That's one of those things I was talking about when I was doing art yesterday. And I mentioned a couple times, you might not exactly know what you need out of these underfill sections, I guess, until you try to actually add your physics. So I kind of don't hate this. I feel like I want a bit more bounce. Blah, 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 blah. We're going to try to see what happens when we go to shorts back and, I don't know, let's make this crazy. Turn up the delay. Delay is not going to work. Maybe spring? Maybe drag? Yeah, I don't think it quite gets enough bounce to really make it look like anything. So maybe we actually turn up the bouncing more and see what that looks like. Once I turn this up, you can start to see how this affects the other layers. It's physics things, you know. Right now you can't really make your child layers move more than the... You know, that contradicts what I said earlier, because I was saying I think your parent layer needs to have the least movement. It's hard to explain. I still think that's kind of true. It's just like you can't turn up the bouncing settings on, so you have to emulate like moving more with your messing around with your drag and spring settings. I think like lower drag and more spring ends up being in that. Yeah, there's kind of like a cool wow. Just a little bit more. Drag will make it a little slower. Wah? Wah. Testing. There, you can kind of see what I'm talking about. Wah. We're not quite sure about this effect yet, though. It's cool, but is it actually what we intended? I don't know. We could also try less spring, more drag, and seeing what that looks like. Wah. That's kind of interesting. And then see what it looks like with a little bit of a delay. It's kind of cool. But yeah, it's like the legs move first and then everything else moves. We could try the opposite setup and do like hoodie as parent and then have these ones follow. That is another way to do it. But it really does just require a bunch of trying things out. I set this distance limit to 0 because that actually might help as well. La. Testing. Ba-da-ba. Boing. Boing. Okay. Maybe? Let's turn these like almost all the way up to see what happens. So when our distance limit is 0, this doesn't actually get as crazy. If I did like -1, you'd see this barely moving. The distance limit set to 0 will help this stay kind of close to where what your parent is doing, while also having a bit of its own flavor here with the dragon spring. Wah. This might be cool. Wah. Wah. La. So actually having no delay kind of makes these effects go away. Wah. Because of the 0 distance limit. Ah. I kind of understand. Wah. Wah. Okay. So shorts is following the shorts back, which can probably just, they can stay with the same settings. We'll do a little bit of the same thing on the hoodie. See if we can get kind of an effect out of that. Less delay for sure. Wah. There we go. It is kind of goofy with the legs moving first, I think. Maybe it needs to be the opposite. La. Or maybe having this do a delay. Wah. I can't decide if this needs to move probably after the hoodie. So maybe instead of inheriting shorts back, let's make the shorts inherit the hoodie and see what that looks like. Where's my hoodie? Also, I promise I am actually going to be done soon. I got caught up wanting to do this. This is the trouble, because I have fun with this stuff. It looks like hoodie's not showing up for a reason. Let's turn off... Ah, because hoodie is inheriting from shorts, so it was like, do not make a forever loop, I'll kill you. Okay, well, what? Let's play around with it. Let's turn off these settings for now. it has no parent. It's an orphan. But we'll give it its own and set it to kind of the same as... Wah. Eh. Okay, actually, I think the chest, like the hoodie moving first, makes more sense. Probably less of a move on the breath, though. Wow. Interesting that, like, this is moving opposite to the legs. We'll see if we want to keep that, or if I want to make the legs follow the hoodie after all. Let's keep these bounce settings for now. Does this matter when I have... This is the parent? I can't tell. Wah. 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 No, I don't think so. Okay, and then we're gonna fix this by going shorts back. Follow my hoodie, please. There. How does that look? It's still being a little bit weird. Because of these experimental settings I gave it. How about that? Okay, so we don't want to delay, or we go in here. Okay, no, it's the delay that we don't want. Wah. Wah, wow, maybe just a slight delay is okay. Something like that. Wah. Because even just like having very, very little differences, even just by one frame or something, adds a bit of like interest. I think, personally. A little bit of like animatedness. And yeah, for this step, it's really just about trying different combinations of these settings until you kind of have the idea of an idea of what you want everything else to be. So you can see this looks cool now. It's moving down while the legs move up, which, I mean... Actually, that's kind of making a cool effect. Because this is breathing. The hoodie moves down a little bit right now, which I don't know if it's going to stay doing that, though. Because the breathing cycle, when I reload the model, might, like, match up. So... Oh, the legs are the parent. That's right, that's right. So what if right now we just set the legs to follow shorts back instead? But put a delay, maybe? What does that look like? La la la. Wah. 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 No, I don't think that works. I don't think that works. We're gonna keep it as its own parent, or as a parent, but have very little move, I think. Minuscule. The same speed settings for breath, but like less move. And then I do think that the collarbone and neck need to follow the hoodie. I think that's what we need. We can add a little bit of, maybe delay. Hello? I think that kind of looks interesting. It's a little bit of a bobblehead effect. Wah, 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 wah. Boing, 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 boing. Or drag to smooth that out a little. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Perhaps we want more drag to make it slower. I don't know what spring does in this case too, but if we really want bobblehead, I guess you turn up your spring. It's not really doing it that much though. Maybe up here like this. Less drag, more spring. There we go. That's kind of fun. Blah, 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 blah. You, especially when you're doing like a chibi or something like that, you can really mess around with what these settings look like to get like very cartoonish effects. Wah. Actually, let's keep that, but go 0 distance limit again. Yeah, I guess when you do 0 distance limit, then if you don't have a delay, you don't really see anything. But 0 distance limit, like a slight delay, and like a little bit of drag. Although now that it's 0 distance limit, we could probably turn these down. What's that look like? It's very subtle. Very subtle. Now it's a little less subtle. But I think it works. I just want to keep yapping because I want to test. Honestly, this is a little extra, but if I changed the settings on the back of the shorts a little bit, I'll adjust a little and then made the front of the shorts not follow the shorts back anymore. I don't know. Maybe we'll see. Or maybe I just need to switch around the parents there, but I changed my mind. I don't like that. Okay. That was that fucking around finding out thing that I keep talking about. Okay, we're gonna just do a little bit of delay on my arms, I think. Only a little bit, because if it's crazy, then we'll see it on the arm down in a second. Then it's not really making no sense. Making any sense. But a little bit of drag maybe. Let's see. Wah. Not quite. There's a little bit too much still. Wah. But besides that, I also think that the arm down is going to move less than the arm up. A little bit of delay on my hand, maybe. What? Tell me what you think. Hey, put your arm up. There we go. Wow, 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 wow. Now you can see the importance of like drawing underneath the layers, because when it's bouncing around like that, you might see the secrets underneath there. There needs to be a behind layer. I'll do it later though. Bop, 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 bop. Distance limit there. What does that look like? Put up your arm. Put up your arm. I don't know about this, because it's a little scuffed without the underneath layer. We could... We're not going to worry about rotation effect, but I think doing a rotation effect on it instead of the kind of aggressive bouncing we have will look more normal. This can have a bit of a delay though. Arm up, arm up, 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 up. A little bit. Okay, sick. And we're gonna do... just, what would this be? A delay, probably? Yeah. Delay and a bit of drag. Wow. That's fun. Oh my god, we're so like bobblehead coded right now. I think higher drag looks better, maybe. Wah. 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 Less spring, probably. There. Wah. I forgot to do the hair back. Hair base should probably also have a bit of a delay, like that. Wah. Maybe less delay than the head, or more, I don't know. More? Or less? Less. Wah. I think more. More, or just slightly higher. Wah. But we'll keep drag on there. And some spring. It gets a little too bouncy though. Wah. Wah. We can also see what it looks like with a distance limit instead. Wah. Wah. That's crazy. This is okay. Maybe more drag though. I lied actually. Wah. Wah, wah, wah. Okay, this is kind of starting to look believable. We gotta adjust these still, but this is a good start for the parts that are gonna be bouncy and reactive to a sound. We'll mess around with it a little bit more tomorrow when we're really talking about physics, rotation and stuff. I think I might want to turn down my bouncy a little bit on the hoodie. We'll keep it at this 50. I think that looks kind of cool. A little too much on the head though. Or too fast or something, I don't know. Which I think drag solves. And turning down the delay so it doesn't move as far. We also do have the no limit for distance limit, so let's make it 0. That might make it a little better. Wah. There you go. I kind of like that. Maybe less delay still. Wah. Wah wah wah. That's cute. I'm locked in when I shouldn't be. But look at this. Pigtail. Pigtail with drag and like a bunch of spring. Maybe too much spring, maybe too much drag, maybe too much delay. But if we can make it move faster. What is that? Wah? Wah wah wah? Maybe we need to do this 0 distance limit. This will look way cooler when we have rotation going. But look at this shit. Look at this shit. Wow. Okay, this is not really the effect that I wanted. Huh? What? What? Wah wah. Testing? Testing. Wah. What? I actually wonder, no distance limit and no delay maybe might have the effect that I want it to. What? Wow, Spotify really wants to play a ton of K-pop for me today. What? Wah? Wah wah wah? Wah? Sorry for the constant vocal stimming. I have to. I must. Maybe really low drag and higher spring. A little bit of delay. That kind of looks cool. I feel like... That's kind of cool. The rotation will help with that pigtail a lot. I do kind of think higher delay than the hair though needs to be a thing. But it's a little too slow to start. Wah. Wah. Ah. Wah. We'll do this. We'll just keep it at just a delay right now, I think. And then look at it tomorrow when we have motion going. Wah. What was this, 11? We'll match those settings. And last thing, I might change my mind about these delay settings. We'll work on the pigtails tomorrow. Because I think I got lost in the sauce. But I believe it's also that the hair base isn't quite moving the way I want. Wah. Yeah, that looks pretty smooth. How about now? Wah. Wah? Oh, that looks better. So no delay and dragon spring is good for the pigtails, I think. There, we unlocked the secrets what were these settings? 57, 83. We'll do around there. Wow. Sick. Hell yeah. And then I could do these. But just do, what about a little bit of a delay on the, does that look okay? Because the other hair layers will follow this top thing as a base, like. Wah? Wah 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 wah? That kind of makes sense. Cool. I believe the middle layers following just face. We're gonna actually set this to follow hair top too, to have that kind of similar bounce, that they all just start out being that way. That's cool. Our middle, our front bangs, the middle center is the parent, so we can give it just a little bit more of a delay, I think. And we won't touch Dragon Spring until we're doing motion or rotation on it, setting our pivot points and doing whatever. I actually lied. I don't like that much delay on it. Heh, this is fine. Where did my glasses go? Glasses. We'll have just a bouncy little delay with a high spring. High-ish spring. Comparatively. There. It's bouncy. And then we'll do the physics for earring tomorrow. I need to go to bed. I need to eat dinner. And not be locked in on this until anime night. Okay. We're done for today. This is what we have, everybody. The results after today. What did we do today is what I meant. Let me go look at my document to see if we actually got stuff done that I expected today. We explained how the Rahituber basics would work, the settings, with a super normal base 1-layer model, which was something I thought was important. And we spent some time going over each setting and what they mean. We loaded all of our layers in. Talked a lot about layer order and why I'm ordering things a certain way. We went over the settings in each layer. We set up our basic eyes for talking and for blinking, and then our mouth for tacking, for yapping. Went over audio settings. And we talked about parent-child hierarchy and the very basics of motion here. I didn't really spend too much time explaining exactly what delay, drag, and spring actually are. We did like play around with them on these layers to so an easy way to learn what they do is to kind of just mess around with the sliders and see what happens, and that's kind of what we were just doing, and probably more of what we're doing tomorrow, because I have it set up really cool, but I like a lot of time it really is just changing numbers slightly until it looks right. I don't necessarily know when I'm going into it, like how to do the effect that I want. But we'll try to explain what each one means and look at different types of effects you can get on the physics and how to get those. One of those things where it does still depend on your art and your setup and like even just like the volume of your voice, because like we bounce more depending on how much I'm talking, so like, or how loud I am. So if you have it set where you can get pretty loud, you don't want as extreme settings for this. Anyway, I am excited because I feel like this little Bobby bouncy thing is gonna be so cute when we nail it, you know. Oh yeah, and then we did actually do we skipped ahead a little bit and did these tracked irises for future like toggles. We didn't set up our eye contact toggle yet. We probably really could right away tomorrow if we wanted to. We set up this arm up and arm down toggle. We did our own blink toggle to get away with using a gajillion eye layers. What else do we do? Yeah, so we basically, we touched on mouse tracking, we touched on physics. We did 1 or 2 states to start with and kind of talked a little bit about that. So essentially we went over like all of the basics that you need to be able to do stuff today. So this VOD will be available. It'll be a little bit scattered, I'm sure, and a little bit messy because I ran into some snags and situations that like we fixed them, but it took me some time to fix. So I still recommend when I have an edited video later to use that. But if anybody does want to start right away setting something up and they want to use the VOD, I do think this VOD today kind of covered pretty much everything. The only thing we didn't touch yet really is rotation effect, because I think spending a little bit of time doing pivot points will make that make more sense. I'm gonna mess with this a little bit more with the settings and stuff off stream, because I do think our eyes move a little bit more than they need to be, so I gotta adjust things. Looking over here is kind of cursed. This is where my OBS is. This is me reading chat right now. This is what I look like reading chat. Oh my god, oh my god. Anyway, I think this is cute. I like that I can kind of look into the distance, like head empty. Zoning out. Okay, so what are we doing tomorrow? We are doing rotation effect. We're going more in depth with the delay, drag, and spring. If we have time, if I want to, we'll also do the mouse tracking tomorrow. Like the head movement. With the mouse tracking, we already have the eyes. The only thing other than that we are going to be setting is just only the head layers. We won't have like a global mouse tracking movement because I separated the shoes in the other layers. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, delay, drag, spring, rotation effect, mouse tracking is what we're going to be doing tomorrow. And it's going to be a lot of me fucking around with these numbers until it looks the way that I want, but which is a little bit boring, I feel like, to just watch. But hopefully the process of like watching it come together will be kind of interesting. And obviously I'll be sharing my thoughts along the way. It's just problem solving, you know, like I was just doing with these pigtails. Like there's a certain way I feel like they should move in my head, and I think maybe watching me try to explain how I expect it to move, and then you know, you can actually watch me in real time reason out how to make that work with the combination of delay, drag, spring, rotation effect. Although really it really is just trying different numbers. So I don't know how much learning there is there. The main goal is to show y'all how easy, how much easier this is than it looks. Like, even we're not even done yet, and this looks pretty cool, I think, anyway. Yeah, and then what is today? Wednesday? Tomorrow's Thursday. Friday we'll do some states with we'll talk about expressions and toggles and hotkeys and different mouth shapes, maybe, like I have on my main model. I'll show you how to do that. And then if we get all of that done and get all the main stuff done, then I'm hoping that on Saturday we can spend the day doing really silly stuff, like recreating these googly eyes, and maybe animated sprite sheets. Maybe we can add some scream layers so we can change what the eyes and mouth look like when I'm screaming. I actually, the last thing I had was bouncing on breathing, which is kind of what we're doing here, but it would be like turning up the breathing settings to kind of make a cool bouncing idle. But we kind of already have that. It's just very subtle. So we skipped ahead there too. Okay, I am going to go. We're going to raid out. I'm late again, but it's okay. At least it's not 10:30. Go, go. Why is it? It's so much K-pop. Is this K-pop again? Not that I mind, but it's giving me like a lot of old K-pop. Not even old K-pop though, like middle old K-pop. Let's go see. I mean, Domo was hanging out in here a lot today. Let's go visit him. You'll never be free of me, Domo Mosh. Never. You hear me? He doesn't hear me. He is streaming. Domo is one of our PFB members, the Pink Fuzzy Bunny's unofficial stream team. This is driving me nuts. I'm gonna move this over here so my eyes don't go crazy. Well, off camera, I'll be really messing around with these settings a little bit more until I get tired, because it could be a case where I need to look at it again tomorrow. Just the irises and how they move. But I remember that took a while with my current model too to figure out. Anyway, Pink Fuzzy Bunny's the unofficial stream team. I am one of the co-founders of that. If you don't know us, please check out the card there. You can learn about all the members. And then there's a nice little Discord, actually like a decently sized Discord, community Discord, where we all live. We all reside there. We do anime nights like 5 nights a week. We play some community games. There's always somebody playing Rivals, basically. So you can get in there and meet some people. Another really big benefit to being in that server is there's a learning channel. We like to like share resources in there, but it's also specifically a place where you can go to ask questions about like PNGtuber setup. Either if you want to learn about Rahi because you saw it in my model, in my streams, or heard me yapping incessantly about it, or maybe you want to check out LandyTube, which is oh my god, I started doing my promo stuff during the ad and I didn't even realize. Well, anyway, all I'm doing is yapping about PFB again. But there's the Learn Good channel, and you're welcome to ask me or Rahi about Rahituber if you decide that's what you want to use. But there's also a lot of other tools. Shock uses LandyTube, which is built right into Sammy, a really cool stream manager. I have yet to try it out myself. I have ideas for like a secondary model setup using that just to be able to accomplish different things. Rahi's my main shindig, you know. But LandyTube is also really cool and works differently. So it's worth checking that out as well. You can bother Shock and Awe, the server owner and PFB leader, about that if you wanted to. There's also a lot of, on the PFB stream team, quite a few artists and some kind of techie people in there too. So we're always around to bug for help if you want to do that. Oh, I just come in and hang out. You know, could join that Discord. I also have my own Discord. It's mainly used for like schedules and updates, and sometimes just memeing. People sometimes post clips from here and, you know, memes and stuff. I spend a lot of my time in the voice chats in Pink Fuzzy Bunny server, so I don't use it much for that, but it exists for hanging out with other cringe demons, you know. God, I'm trying to do this like so professionally right now during this week, but I'm so tired. Please don't follow socials. There's socials. I have social media. I can't wait to give expressions to this thing. Look at this little freak. I have to record a little video to show everybody the progress. So I'm not quite done yet, but I gotta leave so I can eat and whatever. Anyway, what was I saying? We're raiding Domo. God, focus. I think my meds wore off. Let's go say hi to Domo. Please give Domo a follow if you aren't following yet. You're welcome to raid and run if you need to, but if you hang out, Domo is doing Armored Core 6. He's doing a Inferno mod Nuzlocke. Those are a lot of words that I don't understand the meaning of, but it looks cool, and Domo's a cool person to hang out with anyway. So do check that out if you'd like to. Yeah, again, go follow my socials if you want like updates, and sometimes I post art, and sometimes I post pictures of Kenobi, sometimes I tweet or blue sky my impulsive thoughts, and that might be interesting for whatever reason. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow, 2 p.m. again. Yeah, we honestly we're making good progress on this already, so maybe we can get away with doing half PNGtuber stuff and half game tomorrow. Maybe. It kind of depends on if I sleep enough and if I'm prepared on top of my shit tomorrow. Okay. I will see you tomorrow and Friday and Saturday for more of this, finishing up this baby. I will see you later. Use a raid message if you want, but Domo knows us. You just use whatever emotes. Just say hi. Goodbye, everybody.